Welcome everyone. Today we're going to be making a WhatsApp clone in iOS. You can see all the features that we have listed here. No need to read them out. And if you want to see the source code, you can check down in the description of the video. There's also timestamps, so you can jump to any feature you'd like. And with that being said, let's get started, and you can go ahead and open up Xcode. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and open up Xcode. We'll select File, New Project, and we'll be brought to this screen here. So we want to select App in the iOS filter category here. Go ahead, hit Next. We'll just call this My Messaging App. You guys feel free to call it whatever you'd like. For team, we are good with none. Organization identifier, this is fine. Usually it's com.team.appname, but we'll be okay by just doing com.appname. Interface will be storyboard, language Swift, and we can hit Next. And save it wherever you'd like. Mine's going straight to the desktop. Alright, so now that we're in, there's a couple things that we need to do. First, we are going to delete this view controller here. We don't need this. Move that guy to the trash. And let's go ahead and create some folders that are going to help us organize the code further down the line for all of our classes and view controllers. So come here to the folder, right click, and we're going to say new group. So we'll call this one Util. And I'm just going to go ahead and speed this up, create some folders, and we'll go through them after the fact. Alright then, so we have our different groups here. Now we have the login views that'll hold our view controllers for login and register. We have the core views, which will hold our tab view controller that will house our messaging as well as call screen. And then we have some secondary views. That's going to be like our recent chats, our actual messaging screen, and different sub views that we'll have. Custom cells. This will be for our recent chats and for our contacts possibly that we are going to put into custom cells. Our model will model out the user and other things that need to be modeled throughout our app, like maybe we'll have a message, model for a message, model for a user, and different kind of things throughout the app. Our util will be used to provide functions to all the other views that will be used globally, so we don't have to constantly repeat them. So let's go ahead and get started by creating our login view controller. So right here is the entry view controller. We can tell because it's pointed like this. Now what we want to do here is just simply add some UI elements that will make our login screen. Now we're not going to go crazy here. We're just going to add the generic login screen because most of our functionality is going to come from inside of the app. All the cool stuff's going to happen in there. So for now, we're just going to go ahead and take a label that will be used for the title of our app. We'll have a login button. We'll have a register button. I just went ahead and copy and pasted there. And then we're going to grab two text fields for our email and password. So let's grab this guy here, and then we also have this one. Alright, so let's stretch these out so they look a little bit nicer. Go ahead and adjust them however you'd like. All we need is the two text fields and buttons, so feel free to play around with the screen if you would like. We'll go ahead and make our button about the same size. Give this text, change it to login. We'll make the font white and the background to be blue just so it looks a little bit nicer. Okay, we'll go ahead and do the same thing with this button here. It looks like the text didn't change, but we'll say this will be login. Okay, and then we have the register button. Change this foreground white. Same thing, give that a tint. And I guess I'm just going to put the register button down here. That'll be fine. The login button, maybe I'll just say, I'll put it up here with the two text fields. And I'll bring them all down so they're a little bit more centered. Okay. So let's add some constraints. Oh, we forgot about this title label up here, so we'll just span this guy out the entire length of the screen, minus some space here. Okay, we'll make this a little bit taller, increase the font size to maybe 24 is fine. We'll just say my messaging app. Again, feel free to put whatever you want, and we can just center that. Okay, so let's give some constraints here. Now, to this title label, we'll just go ahead and give 2020 and a height, so it knows about the Y position, so the compiler does. And we will do the same thing here. We'll constrain it to the title and give it a height. Okay, same thing here. It's going to be the same thing for all of them. Okay, again. And actually, I misspoke. It's not going to be the same for all of them. We're going to actually have a difference on this register button. We're going to constrain this guy to the bottom of the screen. So we'll have 0, 20, 20, and we'll keep its height maintained. Okay, this looks good. Now what we need to do is connect this view controller to our code. So to do that, we have to click this yellow button here. And we'll go over here to this little icon, and we're going to connect this to a login view controller that we need to make right now. So let's go to the login views and right click. We'll say new file. Okay, it's going to be a Cocoa Touch class, and we'll just call this the login view controller and hit next. Create. Okay, we have our login view controller. We won't be needing this here, so we can just remove that. Alright, so let us go back here, and we are going to connect these two. So to do that, all we have to do is, again, click this little button here, go up to the custom class, and we have to match this to the login view controller. Okay, so now, to know that it's connected, when we go up here to these little lines, and then we hit assistant, it will bring us right to the login view controller. It's pretty nice. So in that way, we can connect all of our UI to our class. So let's go ahead and grab the email. And it looks like I actually forgot to put the placeholder here. So I have the email field selected, and I'm going to say email for this one and password for this one. Okay. So to connect these two, all we have to do is come over here and just simply hit, I have a Windows keyboard, so I don't know if it's, I think it's Control click, and then you drag here. For me, it's caps lock because I switched the keys, but I believe it's Control click. So we'll just call this email text field. Okay, and then we have the password text field. We also have a login button. Now we're going to be connecting this login button twice because we need one to style the UI here, and then we're also going to have an on-click method too. But we'll wait a second for that after the register button gets connected. Okay. And now we want the on-click methods for our login here. So go over here and say login button clicked. Now again, we're not making the login screen all pretty. We are saving most of that kind of stuff for once we're in the app. This is just a standard login screen. So we'll be going forward like this, but stay tuned for the awesome functionality inside the app. Now we have the register button clicked. Okay, so when the register button's clicked, we want to take them to a new screen actually, where they'll be able to type all their information. But let's first give this page a little bit of styling. So to do that, we're just going to say, well, what exactly do we want to do this? I said it was just a standard screen, but maybe if we want to change the corner radius of these buttons here, we can do that. So let's make a method here and make it look a little bit nicer. Okay, so we'll have private function configure UI. Okay, and then inside here we can go ahead and give these buttons a corner radius, but say that we want to give different buttons corner radius throughout our app. Well, we're going to have to make a function that we can access from all points inside of our app. So that brings us over to our util folder. So let's make a utility class and we'll just call it actually util. So we right click here on the folder and we say new file, and we will say just a Swift file, not a Cocoa Touch class. We can put a couple different things in here. So we will just call this util. Alright, now let's import the UI kit because we're going to be doing things with the UI in here. So come down here to line 12, and then we're just going to make a function just called corner radius. So we'll say func corner radius, and then we're going to be taking in a view. So we'll say for view, and inside of here all we have to do is just say view.layer.corner radius, corner radius equals 5. Okay, and then to finish that off, we also have to say view.layer.mask to bounds. Okay, and this is going to give our buttons the appearance of smooth edges. So back here we can just say configure we can say corner radius for, and the view we're going to be using is the login button and the register button. Okay, so let's actually run this app and see what we get. To run the app, all we have to do is come here and select whatever we want to run on. I'll run on the 13 Pro, since I wish I had it in real life, but we're going to suffice with the emulator for now. So we have a build failed in util. Okay, so cannot find the view in scope. Alright, that's because it's not actually a view, it's a UI view. Okay, we accidentally messed that up, so make sure you correct that and say UI view. And it looks like we're launching our app. So I'll just bring this over here. This is our very first screen. And it looks like everything is popped up fine, but as you see, we didn't actually get the corner radius, so something is going wrong with this function here. Let's check that out a little bit further. Okay, let's go back to the login controller, and it looks like we've never actually called configure UI. So through my speedy process of going through this, we forgot to call the function. So let's actually call that function configure UI. This can be right in view did load. Okay, we'll give that a run again, make sure everything looks good, and you see that we have our corner radius now. We have our email, password. Okay, that looks good. Now let's add a couple more things. It looks like it's detecting my real keyboard instead of the in-app keyboard, and to change that, we can go to input, keyboard, and we can simply disconnect the hardware keyboard. So now we'll be able to see that. And what happens when they can't click register because they can't access it when the keyboard comes up? Well, we need to make a method to dismiss this keyboard whenever they click in the background. So to do that, there's a simple method, and it's going to be called did touch in background, we'll call it, or did touch the background. So we'll come over here and we'll say, actually, it's not did tap background. I believe it's, let's see, override touches began. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so we're going to override the touches began method, and all we have to do to hide the keyboard is say self .view.end editing. And we're going to pass in a value of false here. Okay, so now when we run this, we'll be able to dismiss that keyboard access our register button just like this. So that's good. Okay, so let's move on to the next thing here, which will be creating the register view controller. So let's go over to our main storyboard here and let's pop in a new view controller. And actually one thing that I notice here, we need to change this to secure text entry for the password field. So let's go over here and for where is it? Secure text entry. Okay, so we already have it checked. I just wanted to make sure if you don't have it checked, go ahead and do that. So let's create this register view controller. We'll search for the UI view controller, plop this in here, and we can give this a storyboard ID of register view controller. So when we when we're navigating from login to register, we need to identify the view controller with a unique identifier. So we can do that right here. Go into storyboard ID and we'll give this an ID of register view controller. Now we can go to our login, and just like we have the login, looks like we'll do camel case here. So we have login view controller here, and we also need this to say register view controller with a lowercase r. Alright, so now we need to add some UI here. So we're going to have a profile picture if the user wants to add a picture of themselves for displaying in chat. We're going to have all the good fields like name, email, password, and give a mobile number as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag in all the things that we need, but for our text fields, we can just go like this, copy this email field right here, and we'll give this a paste. Now before I go any further, I'm just going to make sure that we aren't connected to anything, so we'll paste that here, and we'll go for the name, the password. We need a country code block as well as the mobile number. So I'm just going to speed this up and arrange these, and we'll go from there. Okay, so I've just created our register view. Now I haven't added any constraints because that will be the part I will go over view by view. I just wanted to get all the page laid out here, kind of the less important stuff. So starting from the top down, I will go through what we've just done. So we have our cancel button up here. Now this is going to be, you can see the X value, the Y, we have a 72 width and a 32 height. Over here we just have the title of cancel. We have the system 15 font. Now this is just the rest of the attributes, but I haven't changed any other than those. Moving over to our register button, we have just our simple text. We have the color. We have the system semi-bold 21 is the font. Going over here, we have 167 on X and 50 Y. You can see it's about 4 points down from 4 points up from our cancel. We have a width of 80 and a height of 26. Moving on to our image view, we have the 152, 129, and an even height and width. Nothing was changed here as far as the attributes. Now we do want to add eventually, well, we can add it right now. It's basically just going to be a filler image. So let's go over here to our images, and there should be one of them, person. Let's see, we can have the blank person, or let's see. We're going to make this a circle eventually so it looks a little bit better, but let's see if we can get the person fill. Let's see, person. They have a circle, yes, person circle fill. So this will look good for our image view. Now again, nothing else here was changed. So let's go over to the next text view here. Now simply all I've done here is add the placeholder. The width and height of all these besides the mobile is going to be a 374 width with a locked 34 height. Now this is just the position that we have here. And it looks like we've carried over some constraints from our other view, but it should not be a problem. It looks like we have height of 34. That is fine. Now, other things, let's see. We've added... Okay, so this is just the rest of the attributes here. Now, moving over to these smaller ones, let's see. We have the width of 65 here. And for all of these positioned, you can see that we're 20 from the left, and we're going to be 20 from the right too on the bigger ones, but this is just the spacing here is the standard spacing of 8. Moving on to this one, we have the width of 301 and the height locked at 34 again, and finally our finish button here. So we have the 110 height, or sorry, the 35 height and the 110 width. Now to the a little bit more confusing part, which is adding constraints. So we'll start up here again from the top down, and with our cancel button, all we need to do is we will lock it to the left, we'll lock it to the top, and we will give it a height and a width. That way it will be independent from our register button here, so there's never any movement. So let's go to our register button, and we are going to give this a top constraint here of 6, and that will be fine for now. And to finish this, let's go and I think this is command click, or no, this is control click. Drag it here, and we are going to center horizontally. So this is going to keep it in the middle of the screen, and it should never be moving from there. Now onto our image view. We need to add constraints to this guy here. So let's go up to the top and, or sorry, down to the bottom. And we're going to add a width. We're going to add a height. We're going to align the trailing and the leading 152, 152. And we'll align the top space here to our register at 52. Alright, that looks great. Now, the next thing, we need to give constraints to all these text fields. So these text fields are going to be similar for the first 3. So let's come down here, and we're going to give this a top. We're going to give this a left, right, and finally, it already has a height constraint, so we don't need that. And this looks good, so this will be it. And let's just do the same for this one here. We'll give it the top of 10, 20, 20. It's already constrained height-wise, so that will be fine. And repeat it for our third field here. Okay, that looks good. Now to our other fields down here. This is going to be, let's see, we can give this one a width. See how that fares. We have a width and a height. Now we just simply need the 20 constraint on the left. And also a constraint of 10 at the top. Okay, so let's go on to our mobile text field here. And this one is just going to be standard on the left. We'll do top and right, as well as, well, we don't actually need to set the width. So we will just go with this. And finally, our finish button. We're going to do 54 at the top, 152, 152. We'll also give this a height, and we don't need width since we've constrained it to both sides. Alright, so that is for the constraints here on this page. Now, I may have missed something on the way through, but once we run it, we'll find out and come back and check it. Alright, so the next thing to do is link this up to our register view controller class, and we have yet to make that. So let's go into login views. We'll say new file and go to Cocoa Touch class. We will call this register view controller, and we'll hit create on this. Alright, so now we need to link up the UI of our storyboard here to our class. So to do that, we can go up here, we'll click the view controller, and we want to say register view controller. and we can go back over. Let's hit this little plus over here, and we're going to go back to our main. We can exit out of that instance, and we need to drag over all the UI from this class over to our register view controller. So let's do that right now. I'm just going to fast forward through this part. Actually, we'll need to close this to see the cancel button, and here we go. Alright guys, so we have all of our views here connected to our view controller. Now we just need to fill out our cancel button clicked, which will be quick. So when we hit this cancel button, all we're going to do is simply dismiss this controller. So we say self.dismiss animated true, and then we'll give a completion of nil too. Okay, so now we need to go back over here, and we actually have to add a tap gesture recognizer to this image here. And actually we can add it, let's see, we need to bring our window back out here, so I believe it is, let's see, this one. Alright, so we need to add a tap gesture recognizer, so let's go up here and we can say tap gesture recognizer. We'll add it to the register view controller. Okay, so we can take this now and drag it right on over here, and we will call this profile image gesture recognizer. Okay, that looks good. And actually, let's change this picture here because I think it may look better as a camera for someone to choose their picture. So let's go here, and instead of person circle fill, let's say camera circle. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so now, well, actually, let's see. What about just camera? Camera fill. No, we want just, let's just say camera. Alright, that's fine how it is right now. We'll just leave it at that. Alright, so now we need to deal with this profile image gesture recognizer, and to do this we need to go into our viewDidLoad method and add a couple lines of code. I'm also going to create a configure UI method that will make our finish button circular, as well as the image here. We're going to clip it to bound, so it's going to be a circle image. So let's do that right now. Okay, so we've added our code here. Now we just need to create the configure UI method as well as the profile image click. Now I'm just going to go ahead and exit out here because we don't need to see this anymore. Let's go ahead and open register view controller and create these two methods here. Alright, so here we have the profile image clicked. Now, after we initialize our pods, we're going to have a method to pop open an image picker, choose an image from your phone, and all that good stuff. But for now, let's cover some other bases here. So when they type in the name, phone, email, and stuff, we're going to need to validate that those are legit fields so we can have good data in the database. So what we need to do is create a validation method. Now, let's create this one here. This is going to be called validate fields, and this is basically going to take in everything I just said, and we're going to create methods inside of our utility class to help us validate the fields. So for now, let's pass in the parameters. We're going to have a name, that'll be string. We'll have the email, that'll be string, as well as the password, and the phone, and the country code. Okay, and this is going to return a boolean and let us know if these fields are valid, and this is, going to be used in the finish button clicked right here. So what we need to do, boolean here, okay, so we're just going to go over to our util class here, and we need to paste in these methods that a distinguished gentleman on GitHub has created to validate the email as well as the phone. So here we go with the email. We just want it. This is reject. So basically, I don't understand this, but luckily we have a person on GitHub that does. And this is going to validate our phone and tell if it is a valid phone number as well as the email. So let's go back here and we can continue to write this method. All right, so here is our validation method. Now, again, we are just checking for the email and the phone, and basically all we're doing for the name is just making sure it's not blank. They can enter whatever they want. The password's got to be greater than 6, and the country code can't be left blank either. All right, so now, oh, looks like I accidentally typed bool en instead of bool. So now we're good. All right, so let's go up here, and we want to kind of prepare for the image picker as well as the navigation controller delegate. So let us extend these up. All right, so here is our UI image picker and navigation. Now the next step before we get into the images and stuff, we need to set up Firebase. So let's go to our Google Chrome. So come over to console.firebase.google.com and we are going to create a project. Now we'll just call it exactly the same name that we have, which is My Messaging App. So just beware of that. Now we'll accept the terms and we can enable Google Analytics, that's fine. United States, we'll accept these terms and we'll create our project. Now I'll fast forward while this creates. Okay, so our project is ready to go. Let's hit continue. And we come to this menu here. Now we're looking to create an iOS project. So let's hit the iOS button. We'll put in our bundle identifier. Now, just in case we need to find that, I'm going to drag this over here. We can go up here to the top. And we see that our bundle identifier is com.blake.mymessaging-app. So you guys just take whatever bundle identifier belongs to you and paste it right in here. Okay, we don't need an app nickname or a store ID, that's just optional. Let us register our app. Okay, now we can download the Google Service Info plist. And we can grab this from our downloads folder. And we're just going to take it here and drag it from here into our second level down here, just like that. And we'll say copy if needed. Now, we need to delete this 5 at the end or it will not work properly. So let's rename this here and remove this 5. Okay, this looks good now. So let's go back to our Firebase and we can hit next. Okay, so this is for the Swift Package Manager, but we are going to be using pods. So we will just come here next. And this is going to be the line that we will paste inside of our app delegate. So we can copy that line right here and we're going to import Firebase. However, we don't have the pods ready to go. So when we do, let's see, import Firebase in our app delegate. And then inside of did finish launching with options, we say firebase.configure, but we're going to get the red. So what we need to do is go and import our pods. So let's do that right now. Now to get all the pods that we need, we can go up to our terminal. And we're going to navigate to our project folder. So mine is in downloads, and then the root folder is my messaging app. Okay, so right here, if we need to say pod init, but if you don't have pods installed on your Mac or PC, whatever, we're gonna need to do that. Now, there's tons and tons of resources online on how to install pods on your machine. So feel free to go check out one of those tutorials if you have not already installed it. But when we get into our folder, we can say pod init, and this is going to initialize for us. Okay, that looks good. And now we can say open pod file. Alright, so this is our pod file, and up here we have platform 9.0. We don't have to worry about that. That's commented out. Now right here we can paste in our pods, and these will be the ones that we need. We need the Firebase core, auth, storage, and Firestore, as well as some things for messaging. We have the audio messaging pod, we have the message view controller, a photo browser, an encryptor for our fully encrypted text messaging, and we have some progress HUDs to show stuff on the screen when a user does something certain, and we have an image picker here. So this is all of our pods. Now what we need to do is hit File, Save, and we can just exit out of that, and then we say pod install. And I will fast forward until this is done. Alright, now that we have our pods installed, we can close out of this. And it looks like our error has already gone away, but we need to be working in the XC workspace. So let's do this. Let's go and exit out of our app. And we can go down here, or we can go to the downloads folder. Okay, let's go to downloads and let's find our app. So it's my messaging app, and we should have a newly created XC workspace. So we need to open this up, and I'll drag it over here. Move our finder over here, and we'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so we'll go over to our app delegate again. And we have our Firebase import. We have no error, so let's try to run this and see if our Firebase is working. We need to change this to iPad 13 Pro and give this a run. Okay, so while this is building, we need to go back to Firebase and do a few things. So let's open up this, and we can say next on here, and we can say continue to console. Now let's take a look at some things that we have in here. We'll go to our overview. Oh, I guess we are at the overview. We need to go to build here, and first we'll look at authentication. Now, this is going to be used to authenticate a user by whatever means that we have. We have email, phone, Gmail, and other things like that. So let's say get started. And we're going to be authenticating users with an email and password. So let's enable this, and we'll be good to go there. Just go ahead and hit save. So now we'll be able to sign in with an email and password and be authenticated. Next, we have our Firestore database. So this is going to be where all of our data is created, or stored, sorry. Now let's go over to our storage, and this is going to be where all of our pictures are stored. So let's say get started, and we're going to say start in production mode. Okay, that's fine, and hit done. Alright, so we've created our database, and we will be using this file location as a reference later in our app, probably right after this when we create our constants folder. So let's go back to our Firestore database and hit create database. We'll start in production mode, and we will hit enable, and I'll fast forward till this is done. Okay, so now that we have our database, we have no data in here. However, we need to set some rules for our database. So let's go up here, and we want to edit the rules. So we're going to say allow read write if true. Now this is not advisable in an actual production app, but for our sake we will enable this. So let's hit publish. Alright, that looks good. Now let's go back to our app since we've loaded up. and we can see that our app is actually running. So our Firebase is being configured, and we're all set to go on to the next part of the app, which is going to be to add some functions into our utility class here. So we need 3 functions in here. One is going to be to show an alert to the user. Maybe they have typed the wrong password. Maybe they forgot to put their name on the register page. So we need to have a method that was going to show an alert for us. We're also going to have another method called date formatter. So when users are sending messages, just like in your iPhone, in the recent ChatVC where you can see all your chats, up in the top right of each chat, you will see like the last date that a message was sent. So we're going to have a date formatter for that. We're also going to create a method that's called instantiate view controller, which will be a one-time method that we use when navigating from view controller to view controller. And finally, for our register page, we need a method called image from initials. And that method is basically going to take the user's name and convert it to a picture with the initials in the picture if they have not selected one in the register screen. So let's get typing these out, and we'll talk about them a little bit more in detail afterwards. Alright guys, so now we'll be able to use these functions throughout the app. We have our show alert, which is basically utilizing a UI alert controller. We have our OK button, and we're just adding an action, and we can pass in whatever message that we want. This one right here is our instantiate view controller. We can utilize this in our view controllers to move between view controllers at will. Again, image from initials, basically we're just converting the if the picture is blank, then we're converting the user's name into a picture with their initials. And date formatter, so we need to create a date formatter variable, and we can just do that right above here. We can drop down here and just say date format, and this is how it will be defined. We'll have year, 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 month, month, day, day, hours, minutes, seconds. Okay, so we're good now. We have our date format variable. Let us move along to our register view controller, and we can get some things filled out in here. Now what we need to do is basically just figure out the image picker methods, and we are going to first just come over and grab our touches began method from our login view controller, get this out of the way, and we'll just paste this in here. Okay, so let's start by creating this method show action sheet. So whenever our profile image is clicked, we are going to be calling this method, and then this will call show action sheet. So I'm going to paste this code here. This is from GitHub again. It's just going to show us an action sheet and do stuff with the picture that we give it, or that the user selects rather. So here we go with this. We have our show action sheet method. Now this basically pops up a little window that lets the user select from photo library or cancel. So they can't do video library or anything like that, but eventually in our app we're going to have a audio selection, we're going to have a location selection, a video selection, and a photo library and camera too. So we're going to be doing a lot more with the show action sheet in the future. This is our show picker method, and let's see, I may have copied too much. So what we need to do now is write some code for our image picker controller. Now we're going to need a file private method called convert from UI image picker controller info key. So we'll write that down here. Let's see. Oh, show picker is being called right here. So whenever we are clicking the photo library, we will be calling show picker. So one thing we need, let's see, we didn't make the avatar string up top, so let's just go up here and we're going to create a variable called avatar string. And this is basically going to be the string that we upload to the database because we will need to have it in string format to be stored inside of our database. So that looks good. Now let's go down here and we'll create this method. Alright, so we have our functions here. We have the image picker controller, so when the user is done picking the image, we are going to do some conversions here. And this picture path is going to be a UI image, so we're going to assign our image view.image to the picture path. So whatever picture they picked is going to be that. Now we have to get the JPEG data, we have to compress it, and we are going to put it into our avatar string right here. I also created the method getAvatar, so basically this is going to be called in our finish button clicked, because in our finish button clicked, that's when we're going to be uploading to the database. So we have to make sure that if they haven't picked a picture, then we need to call the image from initials method. That basically creates the avatar string we need for the picture and returns it. We also have the file private function down here, convert from UI image picker controller. That's just returning us the raw value of the input. We'll scroll up here and we have the avatar string, but we just did that. So this looks good. Now the next thing we need to do is create our constants class. This is going to be very useful throughout the entirety of our app. So let's drop into util and we'll create a new file. This will be a Swift file, and we will call this constants. So I'll just go ahead and paste my code that we have here. And this is just our boilerplate code. So we have our user defaults. This is going to be utilized throughout all of our app. And we have all the things that we are going to need. We have some headers for Firebase. We have stuff dealing with our user. All the stuff we have even is online. We'll be able to do that. Some more stuff for users. We have the recent chat. This is going to be all the stuff that we utilize for chatting. Stuff for context, then we have all of the types of messages that we have. Stuff for location messaging, more messaging stuff for read and delivered, since that will be a feature of our messaging app. We have the notification constant, as well as stuff for calls. So this should be good how it is. However, we do need to add one thing that I was talking about earlier, and that is our file reference for storage. So when a user sends a picture, it will need to be stored inside of our Firebase storage right here. So we need to go ahead and copy this here. See if I can just get a copy. Guess that doesn't work. Let's say copy. Okay, and then we'll come in here and we'll just make a new reference, file reference. So we're going to say public let k file reference equals to this. Alright, that looks good, and that's the only last part that we need in here. Alright, so our next thing to do is add more boilerplate code. Now we can start by utilizing a class called the fuser. Now this class is going to be everything dealing with our user. So inside of our model, we need to create a class called fuser, and I will explain more about it after we are done looking at the code. This is our class. Now we can take it from the top down. We have all of our variables here. We have the object ID, email, full name, all the good stuff. Here are some initialization methods that we have here, different ways to initialize our dictionary. Moving further down, we have the current ID, which will return us the ID of our current user. And here we are simply just returning our user in total, the dictionary of RF user. Here we can log in the user with email. Here we register them with email. And further, we can log them out. We can delete a user from the database. Now we are going to have to create our collection reference. That will be the next thing that we do. So here we can save a user to the Firestore whenever a new one is created or updated. This is needed for saving the user locally so we can get their default local settings. A fetch user from the Firestore as well as a fetch current user from the Firestore. These will come in handy a lot throughout our app. Feel free to pause it at any time if you need to write down the code, but again, the code is available down in the description of the video, so be sure to check that out. Here we have the user dictionary. We're simply creating a user dictionary here and returning it. This will also get multiple users from our Firestore, so that will also be very handy, especially in our chat functionality. And this is our update method that we'll use to update our user. And now this is our FUser class, so let's get this red to go away, and we need to create the class called Firebase Collection Reference. So this is going to help us kind of consolidate some code by just saying collection reference instead of typing the whole thing out. You'll see what I mean in a sec. So let's create this new file, and we're going to call this Firebase Collection Reference. Okay, now this is going to be just a short class. We're going to type this out real quick and then we'll go over it. Okay, so here is our Firebase collection reference. Again, we have all of our collection types that we'll be seeing in Firebase. We have our collection reference method that we utilize just like we do right here, so that all these reds should be going away. Alright, this looks good. So now the last thing that we have to do, we can exit out of these, exit out of our constants, and we don't need util for now. We don't need app delegate. We'll stop our app too. The last thing we need to do is go to our finish button. And this will be the cherry on top. So let's go, where is our finish button? Here it is. Okay, so in here we need to basically validate the fields that the users entered in our register screen. And if they're all valid, then we need to get the avatar. We're going to call the register user with email function. I think we're going to be calling this function. And after that, we will be good to go. And we should just be taken back to the login screen, so we'll work that out too. Let's go back into our register controller and we'll type this out. Okay, so this is our finish button click method. Now, just as we said before, we're validating the fields here. Then we are grabbing our avatar and registering the user with that avatar as well as all the text fields. And as soon as we're doing that, we are dismissing the view controller, so we're going back to the login. Now, we have to be able to navigate over to our finish button click. So what we need to do is utilize that instantiate view controller method inside of our login view controller. Now I'm just going to double check that we have our storyboard IDs here as register view controller. So I'm just going to give this a copy because we will be needing this, and let's go over to our login view controller, and inside of our register button clicked we can write the following code. So this is our instantiate view controller method here, and it's nice and handy because it's only one line of code. And now we are all set. So let's go ahead and give this a run, and we will see if we can register a user here. Now we navigate to our register page, we can pick an image, and you see this little bar comes up. select these flowers. It looks like we have some fixing to do on the circular view, but let's register a user for now. Alright, so we have our stuff typed in. Obviously this is just a test out here, but it looks like we can make this field to be password protected as well as fix this like we were talking about earlier. But let's hit finish and we see that we're registered. So let's go over to our Firebase and verify that. We can refresh our database here and you see we have a new user collection. We have our user as well as the avatar string, country code, and all this good stuff. And we can go into the authentication tab and also see that we have a user registered here. So this looks really good. Now the next step is to log that user in. But let us first, well, we can navigate right over to the login view controller. I'll cancel, no, those are fine for now. So we have some code to write here, so we're going to be writing code for the login button click. And essentially what we have to do in here is basically validate the email in the password field, and if they're not valid, we'll show an alert. If they are valid, then we will write another function to perform that login, where it will call the fuser method right here, login user with email. So let's write this up in the login view controller and then we'll talk about it. Okay, so here we have the methods that we have created. Now I'm just going to go ahead and open up these packages just so you guys can see them to keep track. Now let's go over this, what we wrote here. So when the login button's clicked, we are going to basically validate the email and password field. If it's valid, we perform the login, and this is our login, our fuser login method. Again, we are sending the email and password. If there's an error, we are going to show the alert. Else, we are going to navigate to the tab bar. Now, when we navigate to the tab bar, we haven't created it yet, but we'll do that in just a sec. We're going to first post the notification that the user is logging in. We are going to utilize this later for the isOnline function. And further, we are instantiating the view controller. So let's go ahead and create this tab bar. And while we're at it, we might as well just fix this little error right here. So the reason why this is not being shown correctly is that, okay, we have clip to bounds. Now we just got to look at the constraints. So, okay, we don't have a width. We need to have a matching width and a matching height. So that is one reason. Now let's take away this leading and trailing, and we can actually give this that 140 width, and then we are going to center horizontally in safe area, and we still haven't given it a width, so let's actually undo that and give it a width first. Okay, and we'll say 130 and height of 130, so they're all matching up. And now we can go ahead and give this a width, and then to constrain it horizontally, we'll say center horizontally in safe area. So this looks good. Now another thing that we can change here to make sure that it is circle is this aspect fit. Let's change this to scale to fill and give our app a run and see if this works really quick before moving on to the tab bar controller. So we see our picture, it's a little bit cut off here, but let's see what happens when we choose a photo. And it fits perfectly in the circle. And we can just choose another one. And it looks great. Okay, so this is complete. Now let's go on to making this tab bar controller. Okay, this is going to be the meat and potatoes of the app. This is where everything's going. So let's move this. Let's make some room here. We'll move this register right here. And we'll make this tab bar controller. Okay, just drag that out there. And you can see with the tab bar controller that we are going to have the little tabs at the bottom, and when we go to item 2 or item 1, it's going to flick to whatever screen. So to give this a special storyboard or unique storyboard ID, we have to type right here tab bar controller. Okay, that's going to be the ID, and this matches up with the instantiate view controller method right here. So tab bar controller, same ID. We're going to be navigating there. Now, let us make this text field right here so we know that we are logged in. Or sorry, it's going to be a label. Okay, so we'll just put this guy here, and then we'll say this, login success. Okay, and then we'll copy this, paste it in here, and we'll say login success item 2, just to see the flopping of the screens. Okay, so we're all set right now, and let's attempt to log our user in. So we'll go over here. It looks like we have some errors, an error on the main storyboard. What's going on? Well, I think we can just run this. Let's try it out. Build failed. For what reason? Let's find out. So 2 view controllers have the same storyboard identifier. So what is that going to be then? Why is that the case? Okay, so these 2 essentially just took on the title here. So let's erase it from here. And for item 1, we're going to say tab bar controller. And for item 2, or sorry, we are going to eliminate this, not say it. So let's eliminate that. Put it back here. And we should be good to go. Okay. Alright, so let's log in now. I will use the email I used previously. I think it was, let me just check to make sure what it was. Okay, BB, got it. Okay. Oh, and we also did forget to, before I do the drum roll, let us actually make this quickly. The password field here, I just remembered we have to put this to secure text entry. That's one thing we forgot. Okay, drum roll. Log in. And we got success. So we are on item 1. Now if we navigate over to item 2, then we see we're on this screen. Okay, so we're going to be adding a lot more here in this tab bar controller, and I think the next thing to do is simply build out the UI that we are going to land on. So the first thing that we can do is go back to our main storyboard here. We'll shrink this down, and we can go ahead and get rid of the login success here and get rid of this. Now let's create a title and icon for each of our screens here. This first one up top, this will be our chat screen. So to change the icon and title, all we do is go over here and type chat. Okay, now we're going to have two versions of the image that is displayed. It's going to be the unselected image, which we will say chat, or maybe it's bubble. Yeah, so we'll do bubble right unfilled for the unselected, and then when it is selected, we will say bubble right fill. Okay, so this looks good here, and now let's go and change our call title. This will be the call page, and the unselected image, let's try phone. Okay, we have a unselected phone image here, and then for our selected image, let's do phone fill. Perfect. Alright, so now that we have this stuff in place, let's go and create some more users for our application so we can utilize the chat and the call functionality. Alright, so we'll come here and we will go to register, and let's just create a couple users. I'm just going to go ahead and shrink this down again. Okay, so we'll start with a picture. And I believe we already have an account registered with starting with B, so let's just move right on to C. So we'll call this guy Charles C. Okay, and then we're going to go cc at cc.cc, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now we just need the mobile number, so we need the area code, we need the next 3 digits, and finally the last 4. So let's register Charles, and it looks good. Now, just to make sure that we have the certain users, let's go over to the Firebase. Okay, and I'm going to refresh this collection. Okay, so we have Charles, and it looks like we do not have a user starting with B, so we can go ahead and create that. And we have Charles right here too. So let's go ahead and create some more. This guy will be Blake B. Okay, we got email, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure we have the right password length, or else we're going to get the message that we can't register. And let's pick a picture for Blake. We'll go with this waterfall. Okay, finish. Good. And now we can see in Firebase in real time, he just appeared right here. So we have all of our information, and including our avatar. Okay, so let's go over to register, and we will register David. Alright, let's pick a picture. And finally, we'll do one more user, and we'll call him Eddie for our E. Eddie E. Alright, so we have all of our users. Let's just quickly verify. We have David, Blake, Charles, and Eddie. Now over to the authentication, we can see that all of our accounts have been created. So that's really good. Now, for our next task, we're going to create the UI for this page. So the first things that we need to do to create the UI is we're going to need a table view to hold all of our recent chats. We'll need a custom table view cell, and we're going to need a little banner up top here. So let's start and create this scene. So first things first. We're going to get our title up here, and to do that, we're going to create kind of like a header view for this chat. So we'll have this go all the way to the top. We can change the background to be, say, red. Oops, that's pink. Where is the red? Okay, here we go. So we're at red, and we can just drag this out. Okay, this looks good. Now let's give this some constraints. So we have 0, 0, 0, and we're going to need a height. Now we can drag in a label for our title. Okay, then we're also going to need a button to create a new chat. Okay, so we have our two things here. Let's go ahead and clean this label up. So this is going to say chat. And we'll simply give this a white color. And we'll make this to be Helvetica new, if we can. Sorry, this is going to be custom, and then Helvetica new. And let's give this like a 27 point. No, we need a lot bigger, and we'll actually make this to be bold. So let's increase this to maybe like 38. No, we'll go higher to like 46. Okay. Alright, so that's locked in. Now let's do our button. This is just going to say new chat. Alright, we'll increase the font size a little bit here. It looks like we can't. We can actually just keep this font size. It's fine that it's nice and small. We just need the title to be a little bit bigger, just like this. Alright, so let's give this one constraints here. We have on the left and on the bottom, and then we can give it a width and height. Alright, and then for this one is going to be the same thing. We're going to go on the right and the bottom and also give it a width and a height. Alright, so the next thing to do is to get our table view in here. And to do that, all we need to do is go up here and say table view. And we'll drag this guy right in here. Alright, we can make it the width, or sorry, the height and the width of this leftover space, and give this some constraints. So we'll go standard top and then 0, 0, 0 all the way around. Alright, and then to give this a cell, all we have to do is go to this little badge up here and then say prototype cells, increase that to 1. Now, the optimal height that we're going to want this cell is probably going to be around like the 140 mark or something like that. But we'll see what we can do here. So let's change this. Actually, no, it looks like the height of just 100 will suffice for what we need. Now let's create some UI elements here. We're going inside of the cell. It's going to look kind of just like how it does on the iPhone. We'll have a picture, a last message, a name of the group or person, a date, and then a message counter. So let's get all these guys in there, and we'll start with the image view. Okay, so the image view is going to be, we're going to need to put equal height and width on this. So let's start with a width of, let's do 80. And we'll also give this a height of 80 if we can. Okay, 80, 80, there we go. And what we're going to do with this is we are going to control click and then center vertically in the container. We're also going to give it a leading constraint. And let's make sure that this 11 and 9 is correct, because I believe it should be the same here. So if we check our cell. See the row height of 100, so that's fine. Alright, we'll just go ahead with these constraints. So we'll give this a top, bottom, and then we can give it a width and a height. Okay. And so we have a little error here, but I think this is going to go away once we put in a couple of our labels. So we're going to have a full name label here, and we can just copy and paste that because this is going to be our recent chat message. This can go out here, and then we're going to need a UI view to be the background of the message holder, or the message counter, sorry. So let's change this to be a blue color. Okay. And probably I'd say that a good height for this, or a good height and width, we can leave this at maybe, let's try, make this smaller for sure. We'll go 30, 30. And we can just go ahead and anchor this here. So we'll have a width and a height, and then we can do the bottom and the trailing. Okay. Now let's drag in another label that we'll use as the message counter label. Okay, and then the message counter label is going to be constrained within our within the view. So let's put a number here. We'll give this 100. Change it to white so we can see it. And finally, what we can do is just simply control click, and we can say center horizontally in container. And then we can also say, if I can grab this, we can go over here too as well. We can say drag it here, and then we can center vertically in container 2. Now, I believe if we update the constraints, or sorry, we can update constraints here. It looks like that didn't work, so let's position it a little better. I'm going to zoom in. Okay. And let's go over here. And the reason why it's still not updating is because this needs a value of 0. So you can just double click on that. Okay, and then we can go here. So we have our 100 label, and then if we just update the constraints, it looks like it keeps on going to 6.5. So let's fill out a couple more of these constraints. We're going to need another label up top. So this is going to be our date label. Let's just give this a dummy value here. We'll go with 12. We'll go 12, 12, 20, 22. Okay. And we can just make this smaller. We don't need it so large. Okay, down to 12 is fine. This will go in the upper right corner, just like that. This here can say full name label. All right. And I guess the font size that we're looking for on the full name label, we could try, let's go with like 20, 21 should be good. That should be able to fit everyone's name. And down here, we're going to have our last message text. So let's decrease this a little bit. And we want to make sure that this is multiple lines. So let's go to 2 lines, and we can say last message label. And we'll just print this a couple times to make sure that we are down to 2 lines. Okay. And so we need to make this a little bit taller. Okay. So there is about the height where we need that to be. We'll move our full name label up just a little bit. Or sorry, we'll move our we'll move this down. Okay. So this is going to be about here. All right. So we can expand this all the way here, and we'll give this a constraint. Let's see. So our image our image is constrained here. Now let's check these out. So we have a width of 80. So it looks like that we didn't take the leading space. We need a leading constraint here. Okay, and then we need the width, and we'll go with, we have the align center to Y, and this needs to be actually a value of 0. So we'll update that one. Okay, and then the bottom space, we ultimately want this to be 10 and 10. So I'm wondering if this is going to need to drop our Y value. So we're going to go down to 10Y, and then we can actually set this a little bit further back. We'll go with 15X, and that will move our constraint a little bit back. So let's update the constraints. Okay, so we have the leading is 15, we have 80 width, we're right in the middle, and this looks really good. Okay, so let's now give some constraints to our other labels here. This one we can make full, or the full length, and we'll just assign this a trailing space, a leading space, and a bottom space. Okay. Now it's going to pull this one in until we give this one constraints. So the constraints of our date label, let's go over here. We'll move this guy back. Okay, so the constraints we're going to have here is a trailing. We'll have a width, and we'll have a top space, as well as a bottom space to the message view counter. But let's not put that on quite yet. Okay, so we have this here. Now this looks like it is missing some things. So we need to also give this constraint. So let's lock this in down here, and we'll give this some constraints of a trailing space. We'll give this 13, should be fine. We'll give this a leading space of 13. Trailing space of 19 is fine. We'll give this a bottom space as well as a top space. Okay, so that fixed up this constraint here. This is looking good. And now the last thing we need to do is give the view here some constraints. So let's go to our view. Okay, and this is going to say we have the align center X. So we need to move this this center X out of here. So let's actually get rid of that. Then we have a trailing space as a super view. We have the width of 30. We have a leading space of 19, which is fine. We have the align center to Y of 100, or our label here. We'll also have the bottom space that we need, which is to the super view, and we have a height of 30. So let's give a top space to the date label actually. We'll give a top space of 34. Okay. So that looks good, and now for the inside here, we need to kind of rearrange this label to fit. So let's drag this right in here. And the width and the height of our label is going to be, let's try to give this like a width of 28 maybe, since the width is 30. And we'll start the X at 1. And the Y can be a little bit further up at like 5. The width 28, and height, we can give this like a height. We'll increase this to say 21. Alright. Now let us lower the font size just a little bit to fit that in there. And we will give this guy some constraints. So 1, 1, 5, and 4, this is good. So let's actually just align this horizontally to fit in here. We can again go to our 100 label here and click like this, control click, center horizontally. Okay, so that looks good. Also, we could probably give this, it looks like we have a warning here. the expected width and the height of this. So what we can do to that is actually set in a width and height here. And it looks like we're good, and we fixed up that warning. So everything's in place now, and this is essentially how our text box will go. And this looks good. So now let's create the classes. I'm actually going to create all the classes now that we are going to need for our screen here. So we can, well, I mean, while we're at it, we can also add the next part of our the next flow. So whenever a user hits create or new chat, we're going to be brought to a screen where it displays all of our users. So let's actually go ahead and create that. That's going to be a UI table view controller that will display all of our users for us. So we can just drag and drop this here. Okay. So inside of our core views, we're going to need to create the view controller for this, and I'm also going to create another view controller for this. So let's go over here and we will select core views and new file. Cocoa Touch class. This one will be a UI view controller, and we will call this recent chat VC. Okay, we'll create that. Then we're also going to create a couple more. We're going to create our custom cell. So let's create that. We'll say new file on the custom cells. We'll go to Cocoa Touch class, and we want UI table view cell. Okay, oops, sorry, we have to name this. So we're just going to call this RecentCell. Okay, so we have that. And now let's create the two classes that we will need for our user view controller, our member view controller that we will see after we select new chat. So we can go over to our secondary views here. And again, we'll make a Cocoa Touch class. This is going to be a UI table view controller. And this will be called members VC. Okay. And then we're also going to need a custom cell for our members VC. So let's go ahead and create that. Say new file, Cocoa Touch. Again, we're going to be looking at the UI table view cell, and we will just call this MemberCell. Alright, so now that we have all of our classes created, we can go ahead and start linking the UI with our different classes. So I'm going to go ahead and move some classes around here. We don't need the login anymore. No app delegate. And we'll just pop up the classes as we need them. So let's go here, and we're going to connect all of our view controllers with their respective classes. So we can go here, and this is going to be recent chat VC. This table view controller will be called members VC. And for our cells here, we are going to link these. So this will be RecentCell. Okay, and then over in members VC, we have to add a prototype cell here. So this we will link with MemberCell. Now we might as well, while we're at it, create the UI for this. So again, we'll go at a height of, say, 100, and essentially it's going to be the same thing but just minus these three labels. So we're just going to have an image view and a full name for now. So let's go with that. UI image view. Okay, and then this is just going to hold the same properties as the other one, so we'll start this at maybe 15x. Y, we can go with like 10. Okay, and then we'll have 80 width and 80 height. Now again, we can just use the same constraints. We can center this vertically, and we will give a leading, a top, a bottom, a width, and a height. So that looks good, and now we just need a label. Okay, we'll put this like right here is fine, and then the font size of this was 21, so we'll just give the same here. Okay, and then this is just going to say full name label, and then let's give this some constraints. So we'll go, let's see, 24 or 28 top, sorry. Actually, let's move this up a little bit so it looks a little bit better. We'll go ahead and decrease the Y like that. Okay, so we'll give 25 a leading, a bottom constraint, and let's give it these constraints here, and then let's stretch it out. And we can stretch it to about here because we're also going to have a badge that whenever a user clicks the cell, a little check mark will appear to know they've selected that specific user. So we'll go a little bit back, and again we can give this a width. So this looks good. Now we have our cells linked up with their respective UI classes. We have our chat or our two view controllers linked up with their respective classes. Now let's go into our recent VC, and we need to open up the assistant editor. So let's actually go back to our main here, and we can open up the assistant by clicking on this top right button. Let's hit that assistant, and we are linked with the members VC. Okay, so now what we need to do is take our UI elements and simply drag them over. Now the only ones that we have in the members VC is this title and the new chat button. So all we really need is the new chat button. We shouldn't need to do anything with the cell, simply because we will have our own class for that. So let's link this new chat button. All we need to do is link the action that it will perform. So we'll say new chat button clicked. Alright, and then let's also link our table view too, because we will do some styling with that. We'll just call this table view. Alright, now we're all set. So let's make sure that our view controller is linked here, and yes it is, because we were able to link over there, and then we just linked this one too. But now we need to link the chat functionality, or I'm sorry, the table functionality. And it appears that our members VC, so you can see when we change view controllers, that is now changing our assistant class. So let's actually make this work and link our table view, or our table view cell. So to do that, we just select content view here, and we can hit this arrow up top, and it's going to bring us to the recent cell. Now, just to make sure here that we are in fact linked to the recent cell, we can check and see that the recent cell is right there. Oops. Okay, so again, let's select the content view, arrow over one, and we can start dragging in all these UI elements here. So we'll start with the image view, call that Ava image view, and I'm just going to go ahead and link the rest of these. So we have the name label, I have the date label, we're going to have the last message label, as well as the message counter background. So just to make sure we're on the view, we can go ahead and select here on the left, drag it over, message counter background, since we'll want to make the edges round. And finally, we will have our last message counter label, which we haven't given an ID yet, but message counter label. Alright, so we have all of our elements here. Now if we want to make that circular, the blue background circular, we can go into awake from nib. This is our initialization code, and we'll just say message counter background corner radius, and to make it round we have to set it to the width divided by 2. Okay, so that should round that out. Now we're all set with our RecentCell. Let's go over and do the same thing to connect our table view controller over here. And it looks like I accidentally made, I think when I was messing around, I'm going to have to go back and rewatch, but when I was messing around with this table view here, it looks like I accidentally created another table view up here. So we can just go ahead and remove that. Coming back over to the members VC, oh, I see what happened. It looks like somehow that table view was taken out of the members VC scene. Okay, that's really weird. You guys should be fine. I'm just going to go ahead and actually quickly remake this controller. So if you want to follow along, we can just go ahead and delete this. And we'll go over, say, UI table view controller. Okay, and we're all set. So all we have to do now is simply just link this to our members VC. Okay, and again, all we need here is the height of 100. If I can get it, perfect. Okay, and then we just need the UI image view. Again, the width and height, we're going to do 15 on the X. We'll do 10 on the Y. We have a width of 80 and a height of 80. And that works out good. So now let's go ahead and re-give these constraints. And then we have a width and a height. Okay, that's all set. And then last thing we need real quick is that label. Okay. What we did was full name label. Font size 21. And we'll throw some constraints on here. We'll actually make this certain length. And we can just go ahead and give it constraints in all directions. Okay, cool. So we're already set onto that. Now, the members view controller itself is not going to have any UI elements that we need to specifically link with this members VC, but we do need to link the content view here. So let's make sure that our table view cell is linked to our member cell, which is what we just created. And when we hover over the content view, we can again hit the right button here, and it just brings us over to the member cell. So all we have to do here is just drag the Ava image, control click, Ava image view, and we have the name label. Now we're going to also want to add a touch gesture recognizer on here. Actually, no, we won't need to, simply because in our recent ChatVC, this table view will have, in our members VC, this table view will have a cell for row at. It will have all the methods we need to be interacting with that table view. So whenever it's clicked, there should be a did select row at we will be able to override, and we'll handle that there. Alright, so now that we have the classes all linked up, the next thing to do is create a couple of classes that are going to act like boilerplate code. They're going to bring everything together. It's going to be the attributes of our recent chat, and we're also going to create a group class. But before we do that, we need to create some utility functions that are going to help us out in the group classes. So let us go to the utility, and we're going to open up the util class. Okay, so there's a couple functions that we need from here. Let's just scroll down to the bottom. We have image from initials is our last function, and we're going to add three more functions here. One will be called image from data, so we can load the image from the Firebase data that you can see over here in the database. We need to turn this data here into an actual image, so we'll have a helper method to do so. We're going to have another method called dictionary from snapshot, which will essentially turn the snapshot that we receive from Firebase into a usable dictionary that we can manipulate. Next, we have an extension UI function that's going to help us scale our image. So let me write these and we'll talk about them after. Okay, before I go any further, I just need to say here that we have an error, document snapshot, and to get this to go away, all we have to do is say import Firebase Firestore. Okay, and this should go away. Now what we have here is a completion handler and our picture data. So basically we are just decoding the picture data right here, saving it to our image, and returning image with our completion handler. Now our dictionary from snapshots, this is, again, like I said, it's just going to give us a dictionary, and we have an error here, and basically we just have to return outside of the for loop. Okay, and now I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste some code from GitHub, a very handy UI extension function. This is going to it's going to turn our images round as well as help scale them. Now, just going through, just make sure what we have is good. Alright, so this is our extension function. Basically what's going on here is the circle mask is going to allow us to mask the outside of the circle on the image, so it'll help when we are converting it to a circle like we need for the profile picture, and then this is going to help scale on the inside of that circle. So these three functions are going to help us out in the completing of the next classes. Now let's go ahead and start on creating the our two models. So we're going to have the group model, and we're also going to have the recent model. So let's go and say new file, Swift file. This is going to be called recent. Okay, and then we have another one called group. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and paste these or have these classes available. All the model classes will be available down in the description of the video. For all the other classes, follow the link to the Patreon and you'll have access to the full code. But again, I'm going to copy and paste these classes and we will go over them after I'm done. So this is going to be the recent class. All we need from the recent class is a couple of functions that'll be used to create some chats, get the recent chats, and some other things we'll go over. So this is the recent. Oops, I pasted into the group. I meant to do the recent. Let's go over there. Okay, so for the recent, this is what we have. Now, let's run over a couple of these things. So we have create recent. This is going to create our recent chat. We're going to take in the members of the chat. Each chat room will have an ID. The user that created the chat will be right here. The type of the chat, because it could be personal or a private chat or a group chat. Then we have all the users, their F user classes, and finally the avatar of the group will be able to select a group photo to make the chat. And again, we just have the collection references to update the database. Here we have create recent item. So this is going to essentially take in the user ID, the chat room ID, the members, the creator. Actually, I believe the user ID and the with username. This is their actual name, right? Okay, the type of the chat. So it's essentially the same thing as create recent. I believe we'll be using this function up here a lot more. And you can see it's actually being used in this function. So every time we're creating a recent, we need to also create a recent item. Okay, and this is going to save the recent chat locally for us, where this will update the Firebase. Okay. Down here we have start a group chat, and we need to take in the group, this object type here, and we'll create that in just 1 second. So this will be used for creating a group chat. We can add members to our chat, so this will be used to create a recent chat for them. Okay, and then we have restart the recent chat. So every time that the user selects on their chat, this is going to be run, and we will have an update function. We have an update recent item, which again works the similar way as to creating. We have a delete recent chat and clear the counter. So the delete recent chat, pretty obvious. It's just going to allow the user to delete the chat. If we want to clear the message counter, then this will be the method to do it. We will just essentially call this method every time that a recent chat is clicked, so we can clear it. We have update existing recent chat with new values. So this is going to be, you can see right here, we're calling the update recent, and we're passing in the ID and whatever values we want to update. If we want to update the members, or an ID, or anything else. We also have another update recent, and you can see that this is calling the collection reference and just updating data. This is essentially a quick method here. We have block user and get recent chats for chat room ID, and this is going to be called whenever we want to get the recent chats, essentially when we're loading up. So let's go over to the group now, and we will actually create this class. This is not going to be a like utility for us, like how recent is. This is actually going to be a class. So we're gonna import Firebase right here, and we have our group class. So this is everything a group will contain. We're gonna have an ID, subject, owner ID, members, and avatar, and then we will be creating the dictionary. We have a save group, which will save it. Okay, and then we have finally an update group. Now, we can exit out of here. These three, we're all set with them. And we can go back into our recent chat and start plugging away at this and seeing if we can fill this entire thing out. But first things first, we need to make sure that our view controllers have an ID over on the storyboard here, so we can navigate to and from them. So let's make sure that this has an ID of recent chat VC, and this view controller will have a storyboard ID of members VC. Okay, so we'll go back to the recent chat, and let me write a couple of variables here, and I'm going to give us the ability to navigate to our members view controller from the new chat button clicked. So starting up here, we're going to have 3 variables. We need a dictionary and an array of dictionaries to hold our recent chat. We need an array of UI images images to hold our avatars, and then we need a listener to listen for new recent chats. So let's do that right now. Okay, so I've created the three variables here, and then instantiate view controller whenever the new chat button is clicked. So to get this to go away, all we need to do is come here and import the Firebase Firestore. Oops, Firebase Firestore. There we go. Alright, so the next thing that we can do is whenever we first load the page, if there's no recent chats, we don't want it to display all the lines of the table view, like just containing a bunch of gray lines with emptiness inside of them all the way down. That doesn't look the best. So to do that, all we have to do is set the table view, the bottom of the table view, to just a blank UI view. And it looks like recent chat has no initializer, so this recent listener is also going to be needed to be initialized. So I'm going to first here, we're going to create this UI view. So we're going to say let view equals UI view, and then we're just going to set the table view footer here, table footer view, to the view. Okay, and so the first thing it's going to do is make that blank if there is nothing to load. And we'll be able to tell if there's something to load by creating a method called load chats, and that is essentially just going to load all our chats for us. So before we create that, I'm just going to create a or override the view will disappear, and make sure that every time the view will disappear that we remove the listener. So we can say recent listener dot remove. Okay, and now let's go ahead and create this method called load chats, and this method will initialize our recent listener so we can get that error to go away, and it will also load all of our chats. So I'm going to go ahead and get this created, and we'll talk about it in a sec. Alright, so this is our load chats method. Now it just does exactly what the function is called. It's just taking our recent listener and assigning it to a collection reference of our recent chat, where the field of the user ID is equal to the current ID of the current user. So we're adding the snapshot listener. We are getting the sorted array using our dictionary from snapshots. Then for the recent, in the sorted, in this NS dictionary that we receive, the sorted dictionary, then we're saying if the last message is not blank and the chat room's not nil and the recent ID is not nil, then we are going to append the recent chats, or append the recent chat to the recent chats. Finally, we are saying collection reference dot recent chat, where the chat room ID is equal to the chat room ID of this recent. Then we are going to get documents and do nothing for completion at the moment. However, we are going to reload the table view. Now, this is not going to be important until we actually create a chat. That's where doing this recent chats.append recent will actually, or when we're done with this class, it will then display the new recent chat. Right now, it won't be doing anything because we haven't actually created a recent chat. So to get this error to go away, actually, let's just add an exclamation mark here. Now, the thing about this is we are just going to save this class and move on to actually creating the recent chat, sending a message, and we'll come and revisit this class after we're done with that. So we can move right on to the members view controller. Now, again, we have a lot of table methods here. We have some navigation. We can just go ahead and delete all this. I will when we need to, I will override exactly the functions we need. We'll keep self or row at actually. That'll be a good one. We'll just uncomment it. Okay, so starting from the top, we're going to have some variables that will help us display all the members that we are going to have or that are in the app. So that variable will be called all users, and then we're going to have a filtered users variable, since we'll give this table view controller a search functionality, and it will have the users, a grouping of users, since we'll store them alphabetically, and a section title. So it's like when you look at the contacts in your phone, it's like an A is the title, and then all the names under A, and then you have a B. So we're going to create that. It's going to look pretty cool. And finally, we'll create a variable for our search controller. So here we go with these. Alright, so here is our variable list here. We have all users, which will track or keep track of all the users within our app. We have filtered users, which will be the users that come up in the search result. All users grouped is going to be the grouping of the users in their section. And the section title list will just be all the section titles that are going to be present in the member view controller. Finally, we have our search controller, and to add on to this, well, let's first import Firebase Firestore because we'll need that later, and then we're going to go over here and implement the UI search results updating in order to get access to some methods of the search controller. Now it's going to bring us an error here, and we can add the protocol stubs, which is just going to be update search results. So we can cut this, we'll paste it down at the bottom, and we have quite a bit of code to write in this class. So I'm going to start with the view did load. So what we want to do here is first set the title, and to set the title of the table view controller, all we have to do is say self.title equals members. Okay, and then to add on to that, we're going to make sure that it is not a large title, so we can say large title display mode equals never. Okay, and we can also do the same thing we did in the recent chat with the bottom of the table view. So we can say table view dot table footer view equals UI view. And then after this, we need to assign the navigation item search controller to our search controller. Alright, so that means we can utilize the method. We can basically customize the search controller to how we want it. And then we're going to say search controller dot dims in background presentation, and this is going to basically hide the search controller, and then when we scroll down and try to grab it, it will pop open, and then we can scroll it back up as well. And to finish that off, we need to say it defines presentation context equal to true. Now, last thing to do inside view did load is we're going to call a method load members. Okay, and we'll define this method down here at the bottom. So let's go, actually we'll just define it right below before we go any further. So we can say private func load members, And then again, I'm going to write out this code and then we'll just talk about it in just a moment. So this here is our load member function. Basically, we are just creating a query to our user collection, and we're going to order by their name going down. So it'll be alphabetized A, B, C, D, E, F. This is us getting documents. We're setting the all users. We're setting everything to blank here just to make sure we don't have any conflicting data sets. If there's an error, we're just going to reload the table view. If the snapshot isn't empty, if we actually get data back, which we always should if there's a user, we're going to say for the dictionary inside of the document. So basically each user is a dictionary and they're all going to have contain data. So we're saying let's get the user for that dictionary and create a F user right here. And if the object ID is not equal to the current ID, basically if the user that we grabbed from the dictionary is not us, then we're going to append it because we don't want to be able to start a chat with ourselves, so we have to make this check here. All right, and so then we are going to split the data into sections, which is a function we'll make in a second. Finally, we are reloading the table view, and we also have another table view if the snapshot is not empty. Okay, so let's go down here, and we're going to create the split data into section function. And further, we're going to fill out the update search results and create another couple methods as well as fill these in. So we can start, well, let's start by creating the split data into sections. We'll go right underneath our table view stuff. So we can say private func split data into sections. Okay. So this method is basically going to do exactly what it says. It's going to take all of the data and split it, all the data from the first names of the user and create sections for that. So let's write this and we can move on from there. Alright, so here we go, the split data into section file private function. Now this function, again, we're just getting the first character of the user's name, inserting it into the section title list. If there hasn't been a section title created, then we are going to create one. If there already is one, then we're just going to put it right into that list. And we have the the all users grouped first car string dot append the current user. So that's us adding it to that section. All right, now let's move on to the search controller function. So we'll just mark this search controller. So we're going to have two functions here. We're going to have this update search results, and inside of the update search results we're going to call another function, and this is going to say filter content for the search text. So what this function is going to do is, again, exactly what it says. Let me finish writing this here, and then we have .text. Okay. So we need to create the function for filter content search. Now I'll go over exactly what this does after we complete it. So let's make this really quick and we'll go from there. Alright, so now that we have this filter content for search text, you can see here that all we're doing is just sifting through all users and filtering them based on the search text that appears in the bar. And then we are just going to display the filtered users with the reloaded data. So that seems good right there. Now this class is complete except for our functions here for the number of sections, and we have number of rows in the section. Now we actually don't need either of these. We simply need to create the did select row at for what happens when we select a user. We want a little check mark to appear to show that they are selected. We want to override this section for the index title, which is going to help us get those section titles posted. And we're also going to override title for header and section, which is another table view method. So let's actually get to making these functions. We need a lot of them here. So let's get started. Alright, so these three functions are the ones that I added. Did select row at, title for header and section for section index title. So let's actually, I'm going to move this cell for row at right under here. And we'll just take this from the top down, starting at number of sections. So here we go. Alright, so I'll take a quick pause here before we fill out the rest. Basically, number of sections, it's going to be 1. If they're typing in search text or the controller is active, then we're only going to have one section. We'll get rid of all the other sections with the titles and stuff for clarity. Else we're going to return all users group dot count, which basically is how many groups of users we have, like how many A's, how many B's. Next, we have number of rows in section. So basically, again, same story. If the search bar is active, then we are just simply returning the filtered users.count, which we set down here in this function, filter for content search. And else, we're just going to do the normal thing, users.count, which will be the number of users for all users grouped. Alright, so let's move on to cell for row at, did select row, and these other two. Alright, so here is the rest of our methods. I also added another one in here, section index title. So starting from the bottom down, we have section for section index title, which we're simply going to return the index. Right here, title for header and section. We're using this, we're basically going to be checking if the search controller is active a lot. And if it is, then we're just going to return a blank string. If it's not, if the search controller is active, if the search controller isn't active, then we're going to return the section title list. Now, up here further, this is the other function I added, section index for titles. Again, we're checking if the controller is active. If it is, then we're going to return nil. If it's not, then we again return the section title list. Now, to the most important ones here, we have did select row at, so this is what will happen when a row is selected. First, we have to deselect the row so it doesn't stay highlighted. Then we're going to check if there is a search controller. Then we are going to assign our user to the filtered users index path of row, because we need to know what user we're clicking on that so we can add them to the group chat. So if the search controller is active, then it's going to come from filtered users. If it's not active, then it's going to come from all users grouped. Okay. Now down here we're checking if this is our check mark that we're going to add. So when a user clicks on a cell, if they have a check mark, then it will unselect them. If they don't have a check mark, then it will give a check mark to that user. Okay, so after this we have cell for row at. Now this is important that we have the right identifier for our member cell. So to check if we have the right identifier here, we can head back to the main app and we'll go over to our member cell, and we can see that it has a reuse identifier of nothing. So we can call this members cell or member cell. Okay, so we hit enter on that, and then we can go back to the members VC and simply give this an identifier of members cell so it knows what we're talking about. Again, if the search controller is active, we're going to be pulling from the filtered users. If it's not, then again, we are doing the all users grouped. And finally, we have a generate method here that we're going to create in the members cell class. So once we generate the cell, then we'll return it and it will display just fine. So let's go over to our members cell and write some code here for generating this cell. Alright, so here we go with this code. We have our generate cell method, which is going to take the index path that we receive and assign it to our class index path right here that we've created. Now we also set the name label to the fuser's full name, and then we simply check if the user has an avatar or not. If they do have an avatar, then we are going to call the image from data and assign the Ava image view in our cell to whatever data we've grabbed from the image from data method. Now, we have one error, and it's probably because the compiler has not picked up on this. So let's see if it'll go away, and there it goes. Okay guys, so we're at the point where we can run this and see if it works. So let's give that a run. Okay, I'm going to sign in. Hold on, I just shrink that down. So I'm going to sign in here. Now we can go to new chat and we see that the screen is blank. Now this leads me to believe that there's something wrong with the query that we have loading our members. So let's see what we have in our log. Okay, nothing really of value here. So I believe it is something with the query. So if we are looking in the user collection, we need to order by the K full name. Now what is the name in our user collection? So we're ordering by K full name. Now if these values, if the value of K full name is not quote name, then we will have an error. So let's check the value of our K full name. We can command click and go to jump to definition. Alright, and we see that K full name is actually this string instead of the string that we need, which is simply name. So let's change that and give it another run. Okay, I'm just going to lowercase the name here, and we'll look back at our members VC, and now let's rerun the app. Okay, I'm going to log in. Okay, I'll shrink this. Alright, so we're clicking new chat and we see that it loads just great. Perfect. Now we can load another C name or D or E so we can see what it looks like with multiple in the same section. One thing that's not here is the title, so let's get that sorted out, and then obviously we see that our check mark appears when we click And when we click off, so that's really good, we can select multiple here and we can deselect. So that is really cool. So let's just get the title, and we're also going to need a continue button so the user can progress on and create a group if they want by selecting multiple or a single chat. So let's look at doing that. Alright guys, so to implement these things we talk about, let's go over to our storyboard. And actually, instead of looking at Members VC right now, let us turn our attention to this new chat button. We'll give this a new look real quick. Make it look a little bit better to better fit our app. So we can get rid of this text here, and we will give this an image. Now I know that there is a good image of like a pencil writing on a piece of paper. Here it is, square and pencil. So square dot and dot pencil. Okay, and to do one thing, we can also, I guess that doesn't change the scale of it, so we'll just go unspecified. But we can also give this a weight too of heavy to make it look just a little bit better. Okay, heavy, and then we'll give this a foreground of white. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm going to move this in just a little bit here. So it's placed properly. So we have a width of 57 and a height of 31 on this guy here. Alright, and we will go ahead and update the constraints. Alright, so now when we click on this little button, we will be taken over to our member view controller. Now there's one thing that I have just discovered as to why we're not seeing the title, and I realize it's because we need a navigation controller here. Now the reason we need a navigation controller in between our tab view controller and our chat controller is that we are going to need to go from our chat controller to many other view controllers, and this is going to act as the root view controller. So every time once we do this, there will be back buttons on every screen we visit, and if we hit back, it's always going to lead us to here. So let's do that really quick. We can relinquish this relationship, and we will grab a UI navigation controller. Alright, so let's just throw this in here. I'm going to delete this relationship and this view controller. Alright, and we'll drag this here. Alright, so we're all lined up, and now we need to go from the tab bar controller, so we can just well, for me it's caps lock drag, but I have a Windows keyboard and all my key bindings are different. So for Mac users, I believe it'll be control click, maybe command click. I forgot, but one of those two. So we'll go from here to here, and I believe we are just going to say present modally. Okay, and actually no, this is not the correct one because we don't want this space up top. So that is not, we're just looking for the same relationship that we have here. I believe we put view controllers. Okay, good. Now let's just reorder this button here really quick. I think we can drag this here. Okay, and now we can change this to what we had before, which was the well, we'll leave that default. Selected image, we are going with the message fill when it's selected, and when it's unfilled, we are going to go with the message, just message. Perfect, and now we can give this a title, and this will say chat. Alright, cool. So now let's make our relationship between the nav view controller and our chat controller here. Alright, we can drag over, and we will give this the root view controller. Okay, because again, this is going to be our root view controller. And we have some conflicting, we have a bottom bar here that should not exist. So let's see if we can just get rid of that, bring our table view all the way down, and just update the constraints. Okay, that looks good. Let me just see what our, okay, we have our X as 0 and our Y at 145 with 70, okay. So we look good. This is all good here. And actually we don't want to align this to bottom. We will simply edit this and say 0 for the constraint because that's going right to the bottom. Alright. Now, let's see. Actually, the table view should be going like all the way down. So let's see if we can actually get this here. It might not be the correct edit. So let's go with this. And update constraint constants. And actually, this is okay. This will be fine. So, our next order of business, we want to make sure that our recent ChatVC that we have extended under the top bars, extend edges under top bars, good. We got this checked already, and that will eliminate that little space that appears here. Now, since we have made this new navigation controller, we're going to need to get to the members in a different way now. So it's not just going to be, what do we have before? Let's see. So, okay, so we have new chat button clicked, and we need to change this to, it's not going to be instantiate view controller before because this is only used when going from like our chat, like I said before, to another view controller outside of it being the root view controller. So let's go over to here, and we are going to write this line of code. Alright, so this is the new way that we're going to be navigating to our members view controller. Now we have one more line of code to write, which is to tell our current view controller to push to the next view controller, or in this case our members view controller. So let's get this down. Okay, so now we should be good to navigate right to our members view controller, and we'll test this out in a second. But first, let's go to the members view controller, and we need to get a next button actually up in the top here. So in back in members VC, we need to add this next button, and the way to do that is by doing the following. So we're just going to come here in our view to load method, and we need to actually create a variable that we're going to assign a value of UI bar button item, and then we'll be able to manipulate that variable. So let's do that. Okay, so we have our next button created, and the reason why we are getting a red underline here is because we need to create the Objective-C method perform the next operation. So let's go and actually create this method here. So we'll say alright, so now that this is created, we're not going to put the code in here yet, but the code that will go in here is going to move us to our next view controller, which is going to be the new group VC. Now, it looks like we are also getting another error, and that's simply because I didn't put the title here. Alright, so this looks good now, and yes, again, the code that will go in here we will go over after we create the new view controller. So let's go and actually just create that right now so we can see all of this working together. We'll come over here and we are going to place a UI view controller. Okay, and now we need to create the class. So let's go over to our packages here, and we'll go inside of secondary views and we'll create a new file Okay, this is going to be a Cocoa Touch class. We're going to link it with that view controller. And this is going to be called new group VC. And hit create. Okay guys, so before we fill out this class and create our UI there, let's actually give this a run just so we're all on the same page with the stuff that we just implemented in our recent ChatVC as well as the next button here. So let's give this a run. Make sure that you guys are not experiencing or rather experiencing the same app that I am right now. So let me log in. Okay, so here we go on the recent chats, and our bubble looks good down there. So when we hit new chat, we have a crash. So it doesn't contain view controller with the ID members view controller. So that's a good catch here that we need to copy this and go back to our main and make sure that our members VC has the same. So we called it members VC. All right. That's a good catch. So let's go back to our recent chat and we'll just simply paste that right here. Give that a fix and let's run the app again. Okay, we'll log in. Now when we click the new chat button, we get our page again and we have our new title, we have the back button, we also have the next that we'll need to highlight if we have people selected. So we have to implement that. That's our last thing in did select row at. So we're going to look inside the members view controller and we need to go into did select row at. So let me shrink this down. Okay, did select row at. So down here we need to write some logic that is going to basically get the sum of whatever of however many group members are checked. So if there's like 2 selected, then we're going to have an array that holds both of those users so we can chat between them and whoever created the group. So let's create a variable to hold those, or to hold that list rather. So we're going to go here and type this. Okay, so we have our 2 new variables here, and we'll see exactly how we'll use these in a minute. But like I said, it's going to keep track of our users that we've selected to then take into the next screen the new group view controller. So let's go down here and into our did select row at method. All right, now we're going to come down here and we will write this bit of code. Okay, so now we can button this class up, but quickly I'll just go through what we're doing here. So basically, just like I commented here, we're just adding or removing a user from the array. So the selected, if the member IDs of the group chat contains the object ID of the user that we selected, then we are going to add them, else, or sorry, we are going to remove them if it already has it, if the user object ID is contained in the member IDs of group chat. Else we are going to append it, and then finally, based on whether our count is above 0, so basically if we have someone selected here, then this button will highlight. So what's happening is when we click that, it's going to append the user object ID in the user, and then this button will highlight. Now to finish up this class, we need to implement the actual next button. So when we scroll up here, we can put some code and just be done with this class and move right on to the new group VC. So let's do this. Alright guys, so this is the code that we're going to be using for the next button press. So again, we have instantiate view controller, and then we're going to our new group VC. Next, we are going to assign these two variables inside of the new group VC to the member IDs of group chat and the members of group chat. This is how we pass data in between view controllers when we're moving from one to the other. And finally, we're going to push the view controller. So now let's make sure that these variables here are in our new group VC. So we'll go over here and open back up our new group VC. Okay, so let's quickly create these variables just so we can get rid of the error. Okay, so with these created, we should be able to get rid of these two reds that we have here. Now, we need to also make sure that our view controller has this identifier so we can push, just like the error we encountered a little bit ago. So here we go, and we can actually connect this to our new group VC class, and we can also give it the ID that we just copy and pasted. So this looks really good. Now we can go ahead and give this a run once again and see that our changes have been made. Alright, let's log this one in. Click on this button, so we select one and the next button highlights and it disappears when we deselect. So that looks really good, and that's exactly how it should function. Now we can also make sure that this back button works too, just as intended. Nice. So we're going to be moving on now to what happens when we hit this next button, which is of course the new group VC. Alright, so let's go back and look at our main storyboard. We'll go over to our new group VC that we've created right here. Now you can see we've linked the two together. We have our class up here and we've linked it with our storyboard. So let's start by creating a collection view that's going to list out the members of our group. So going up here to the top right, we'll look for a collection view. Okay, let's just drop this here. Now we want this to go to the bottom of the screen. We'll have it go all the way down, and we'll probably bring it to about, let's see where our Y is at. So right now we are at 272Y. Let's bring it up like a little bit, maybe let's say 220 will be good. Okay, I'm just gonna have to type it right here. Okay, 220 for the Y, and then let's give it the width of the entire screen. Okay, that's 414, and then we'll look to drop this all the way down. Or sorry, no, we're gonna just go to right here. So this looks good. Now we have to make sure that our cell is the right size. This looks a little big for what we need, so let's move this down to 100, 100. Okay, that looks better. Now we can come over here, make sure that we have our items set at 1, and that is good for our collection view. So let's add constraints to this real quick, and we're just going to align everything to the safe area. So we'll go 0, 0, 0, and then we'll also give it the height. Alright. Now we're looking good. So the next thing to do is to add the participants label that we'll need to basically count the number of group members that are in our group. So let's look for a label. Okay, now this is going to go right above our collection view. So this participants label, it's going to be size the entire width of the screen, so let's give it that width. Okay, and let's go over here and make sure we actually need to draw this out a little bit more. Actually, we're going to need a little bit of padding here. So let's actually draw this back in, 374, that looks fine. So let's also have a height of 21 will do. And let's see, where do we want... So our X is at 20, that's a little bit too far. So let's put our X more to like 8. And then we'll have, yeah, this looks good like that. And actually, to style this a little bit more, we can have the background of it be gray and then have like the actual label on the inside. So instead of creating this label, let us actually drag a view. We can keep this label on the screen for now, but we'll have a view in the background of it, and it'll make it look a little bit nicer. Okay, so let's put this view in here. Now, we are going to have this. The label will go inside the view. Oops. We need to drag this down. Alright, so the position that we're looking for here is the entire screen. We'll have the 414 width. Okay. Now, we want the height definitely smaller. Okay. Bring this up. That looks good. Height of 40. And now we can drag our label on the inside of this view. But going back to the view, let me just expand these. So going back to our view, we can actually change this background to like a gray color, and it will make it stand out. So let's do maybe light gray. Looks a little too dark. System gray. That looks better. Okay. So now let's look at our label here, and we will get constraints on this actually on our view. Let's add some constraints to the view first. So we want to go, actually we want to go 8 to the bottom, like that, and then we'll go 0 on the side, and we'll also give this a height. Okay, so that looks perfect how it is. You can see the constraints for it right here that I've added. Now let's look at our label. So this can go about there, that looks good. And what we want to do with our label, we're going to be attaching this to our code. It's going to be incrementing, or as we remove members from the group, it will have to decrement. So that will be the deal with that. Now let's just assign this the leading spaces here. 8, 8, that looks good. Okay, and now it needs a Y position, so what we can do is just control drag to here, and then we can say we want to center vertically in the container, and that will give us the Y position. Now as far as fonts, what we want to, so how it's going to look is essentially this. Let's say we'll say participants 0. Okay, so it will look something like this, and then as the we drop group members or whichever ones we add, it will be changing its number. Okay, so this looks good, and actually we can give this like we can give it a different color than gray. We'll give it like a, what about dark gray? Okay, that looks good. So now we only have one more part of this screen, and then we have to add things to our cell here. So let's get the UI up for this. Now the first thing that we need is an Ava image view to allow the users to pick the avatar for their group. So we can drag this image view in here, and the constraints on this one, it's going to be right at the edge of our screen. So we'll go like right here, and I'll go over to the measurements. So let's move this a little bit. We can give that, that looks good, and then the Y, let's bring this down a little bit. That looks good. And we want to give this basically an even width and height. So we'll go 80, 80. Okay, and it's going to have to be a little bit smaller because we need to fit an edit button down here. Now let's put our label, or sorry, we're going to have a text field right here. Okay, and this is going to be the group title or the subject. And then finally, we're going to have a label. Right here underneath, just kind of giving a short description saying that we need to add a title as well as picture, and then we'll have the continue button pop up here. So let's actually give this label a little description. Okay, so we're going to tell them to please provide a group title and an optional group icon. Now we want to make sure that this can extend. Okay, so we'll actually draw this down a little bit, just so enough it can fit. Now I'm going to change this to like a light gray color. Okay, that looks good. And then we need one more button here. And this is going to go right underneath, just like that. And it will simply say edit. And this will be used to change our picture. Alright guys, so let's add the constraints to these views here. Now for the image view, we are going to give this a width and a height, as well as 20 on the left. We'll do 0 at the top and 9 on the bottom. That should be good. Alright, and then coming to our group title text field, we can give this a placeholder text. Group title. Okay, that looks good. Now let's constrain this to our image view. We'll go 0 to top and then 20 to the right. We can also give this a height as well. Now we'll constrain this bottom text here. We can go standard to the image view. We'll go standard at the top, 20 there, and we'll also do 24 on the bottom. Okay, now for our edit button. We need to constrain this to our left. We'll do 36, 9 to the top, and then we will also give this a width and a height. Alright, so these constraints look good. We'll see how they look in a moment after we get everything sorted out with the code of this class. So now let's move on to the, and actually we can give this image view here. Let's give this a picture, and we can say person, well, since it will be a group, what about a double person? Yeah, person to fill. This looks good. Okay, so we have our little image right there, and now we need to come here and look at our collection view cell. So we don't want it to line up right against the side like that, and to change that we can give it some insets. So coming over here to our collection view, all we need to do is give our insets right here. So at the left we can give this, let's say 10. Or I'm sorry, we're not going to look at the scroll view, we're going to be looking at the section inset. So this is actually going to go to 0, and then we'll come up here and give the top 10, we'll give the left 10, and then we'll give the right 10 as well. So this looks good, and now we're in a better spot for our collection view here, or our cell. Now inside of our cell, we are also going to need to connect this cell to a class. So we'll come over here, and for our identifier, we're going to say participants cell. Okay. Now we need to add a image view here, and this image view is basically just going to contain their avatar picture. So let's say image view. Okay, we're going to drag this in here. Now the constraints for this, we are just going to go over here. We'll say the X can be at 10. Okay, the Y, we'll give this like 0. It'll go right to the top. And then for width and height, we can also give this 80-80, just like our other picture up there. Okay, so 80-80 here. And as far as constraints, we're going to align the center here. We're going to center horizontally in the container. And then we're going to attach a width. We're going to attach a height, and then we're going to put the top space to 0, make sure that is constrained up there. And this looks good. Okay, so now we need a little label at the bottom to show their name. So let's add that. Grab a label, and we can just add it right there. Now we're going to probably need the font size to be a little bit smaller, so I'm thinking that we can go over here, and 17 will bring this down to like 12. And this will say name for now, and then we can span this label the width of the box. So that'll be like about an X of 10. It'll be about the same. Actually, we can go the full entire length of the box instead of cutting off like the picture. So that looks good. Now let's give this some constraints. Okay, so we need to add constraints all around, but if we do that right now, our collection view cell is going to shrink down in size because it is having the automatic cell size. So we need to change this to default to disable that. We also need to go to our collection view and set the estimated size to none, because we don't want it to try to change the size on us. So if we go back here to our name label, we can give this label a constraint of top, left, bottom, and right. Let's hit OK. Alright, so we have our constraints set here. We have our image view looking good, and now the last thing on this page is going to be the X button. So we're going to have a little button that is going to go here in the cell, and we will shrink this down. We're going to want like a small little X button, nothing crazy. So let's go to our sizing here, and we are going to give it a size of, let's see, probably 25. That should be good. So let's go to the width. Let's give this a 25. We'll give it a height of 25 as well. Alright, and then X, we'll push this over. Let's see what 75 looks like. Okay, perfect. That's a good spot. A little X button there to remove someone from the group. And now we can go over here and let's give it an image here. And let's see if there's X and X. Okay, so one of these, this one looks good. X mark, octagon, fill, and we also need to get rid of the button title there. Alright, now let's add constraints to this guy. So we can go boom, boom, and then we can hit the let's give it the top, right, and a width and a height. Okay, that looks good. So now we'll be able to remove members from our group. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is create our group collection view class, or the collection view cell class. So let's do that right now. We'll go into our custom cells. We will say new file, and we want a Cocoa Touch class again, and this is going to be group collection cell. Okay, and then we hit create. Okay, so here's our new class. And actually, it looks like we've created a UI view controller, but this should be a UI collection view cell. My bad on that one. So we can just get rid of our view to load method. This isn't needed for a cell. Okay, we'll also get rid of this text here. Now we can start creating this class, and we'll link the UI with it. So actually, let's link the UI first. So to do that, we can just go up here to this little slicing button, and then we can go over to our main. And we need to scroll over to here and click our participant cell. We will go up to this class in the top right and change this to group collection cell. And finally, we will drag in the image view first. Okay, so we'll do this. This is going to be called Ava image view. And then we'll have the name. Okay, then we have the name label. And finally, we need an action for our button, so let's drag that over too. This will be delete button pressed, or I like to say clicked. Oops, and I accidentally made that an outlet and not an action. So to remove that as an outlet, we have to go over here to the top right. We can just remove that by hitting the little X, and we'll redrag this button over. And we're going to change this to action and call this delete button clicked. Alright, so now to respond to this delete button clicked in our new group view controller, we're going to need here, let me exit out of this. We're going to need a delegate method that we can call from the new group view controller. So to create that, we will come up here and we're going to create a protocol. And this is going to be called group collection view cell delegate. Okay, so now that we have this, we can come down here and inside of our delete button clicked, we can say okay, and then we're going to be passing in the index path. However, we need to create a variable so we can pass this value in, and we are going to come up here and create two variables, actually a delegate variable and an index path. Okay, so these are our two variables. Now we need another method here that is going to generate our cell, and we can fix this little error with the question mark right there. Okay, so now let's create our generate cell method that we will call from our new group VC to actually make each individual cell for each user. Alright then, so this is our generate cell method. You can see we do have a red error right here, and that's because I accidentally made this lowercase. So we can change that. Now let me actually make sure that that changes in our storyboard to make sure. Okay, it doesn't. So let's just reconnect that really quick. Group collection cell. And go over to our main storyboard, and I'm just going to reconnect this name label here. Okay. Alright, so we're all connected up here. Let me exit out of this. And anyway, so back to our generate cell, basically we'll be getting the index path. So again, this method is being called by our new group VC. We're going to pass in the user for the cell as well as the index path of the cell. And we'll need to know the index path so we know what user to delete when the delete button is pressed. And right here, we are getting the avatar image. If it is not blank, then we are going to get the image from the data, and then further circle mask it for a little aesthetic effect. So the next thing that we need to do is to go over to our new group view controller and fill out that code as well as connect the UI. So let's do that right now. I'm going to exit out of this. We'll go into the new group view controller. Now let's create our connections to this class. So again, we will open up the side menu here, or click on this in the top right, go over to our main storyboard here, and then let's connect all this stuff up. So first we need this image view here. We'll drag this. This will be called group Ava image view. Okay, and then we have our group title text field. We have our participants label. We have our edit button. Edit Ava button. And I think that will do it. And oh, I guess we also have our collection view. I guess we should probably put this in here. We'll call this group collection view. Alright, so we have all of our stuff here. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of this. We'll head back to our new group VC, and we are going to write some code in here. So I'm actually going to create two variables here. Now these two variables I'm making will provide us some utility in this class. So we have group icon, and then we have var ava string. So these both are going to be used when we are selecting an image from our image picker in the group view scene. I will go into more about this later. We'll see these later on in the class. So we need to also add some extensions as well as import the image picker, because we're going to be utilizing that just like I said for these two variables here. So we need to import image picker, and then we are going to also extend a few other things. So here we go. Alright, so here we are with our new extensions, and of course it's going to ask us to add the protocol stubs. We're going to need all of this. I'm just going to copy here. We'll paste this down here for now. Now we're going to add a couple things here in the viewDidLoad method as far as assigning the delegate and data source of the collection view to our class. We're also going to add a text field did change selector method onto our group title text field, and the reason being is that we're going to need to constantly check if the field is blank or if it is not in order to continue to create the group. So let's do this right now. Okay, so here we did just like we talked about. We made the data source and delegate for the group collection view. We also set large title display mode never, and we are going to create this method as well as update participants label. So let's get after those two. And update participants label is essentially just going to update the participants label whenever a user clicks the little delete button here. I guess I'll just show quickly for reference. So whenever the user, like, say if we have 6 people in the group, when we exit out of one, it's going to go from 6 down to 5. So that's essentially what the update participants will do. So let's create this. Okay, so right here we have our update participants label method. So we are assigning the participants to allMembers.count. So every time the page loads, it is going to have the correct all members count. And again, we get the all members count from our members VC. So that's going to add up all the members we have, pass them over to us, and then we are going to display that right there. Now, this is going to be our right bar button item. So in the top right of the screen, we are going to have a create button, which will only be enabled if all members.count is greater than 0 and this group subject text field does not contain nothing. Okay, so that's pretty good to go there. And I'm going to, oh, I accidentally mistyped group title text field. And then we're also going to create this method as well. So I will go here, but we're not going to fill it out yet. We'll save this for the last part of the class. So it's going to be an Objective-C function, of course, because it is a selector. So we need to write this. And then we're also going to have, inside of here, we need the parameters to be sender, and we'll have any sender will be fine. Okay, so we'll leave this as it is right now. Now, I guess let's fill out the rest of the stuff we need, which is all these methods as well as the text field did change. So here I'm going to write the Objective-C function for text field did change. Okay, so this looks good. And I also forgot to, darn, I typed that again. And I also forgot to mention that we need to have the edit button click action for this page. So I'm actually going to, I'm going to go here and we need to drag our edit button action over to this new group VC, which is right here. So we're going to take our edit button, control click, drag it over here. And this is going to be the action, and then this is just going to say edit Ava button click. Okay, and then simply what we're going to do here is the same exact thing that we did in the register view controller, which is show an action sheet. So we can just grab that code from our register view controller. So show action sheet, yep, we're going to show that, and we need to grab that from our login views, register view controller. So we can go ahead and we can grab the show action sheet and show picker, as well as image picker controller, but we're going to be creating this method will look different from our new group VC. So we'll copy this, come down here, paste that. All right, that looks good like that. And for our image picker controller, so this is going to look a little bit different here, and we're also going to need a file private function. So we can go ahead and erase this. Okay, and then I'm going to create the inside of this method as well as a file private function down here, and then we will talk about it after. Okay, so here is our methods. We have the convert from UI image picker controller info key, and this is essentially going to be utilized right here. So we are getting the image that has been picked, and we are going to manipulate it a little bit, set our Ava string to null, or I mean, sorry, to empty, and then the group Ava image view, we are going to set to this image that we have extracted. Now, our picture data, this is going to be used to upload to the database, so we can grab that avatar every time when we're at our recent ChatVC. So we get the picture data from the image, and then we convert that to a Ava string that we'll then upload to the database. So there's two more functions that we have to deal with regarding the image picker. Oops, I accidentally deleted that. Let me put that back there. So these two functions are going to be called did click delete button and wrapper did press. Or sorry, not did click delete button. This is going to be for our group collection view. But we do need done button did press and wrapper did press. They're also methods from our image picker. So I'm just going to write these out right now. Alright, so these are our methods. We have wrapper did press, done button did press, and cancel button did press. So on cancel, of course, we just dismiss. Here it's just selecting our image that we can utilize in our image picker controller. And then we have wrapper did press. Again, these are all methods that will work with the kind of inside screen of our application that pops up and shows us our photo library. Not really that important. Did we do the okay, we did. The text field did change, and now we just need to fill out our did click delete button and these two here along with our create button press. So let's take this from, I guess, the bottom up. We'll start with our did click delete button. Alright, so here we go with our methods. I have created the number of items in section. We're simply returning all members.count. Right here we are generating the cell and basically creating the cell. In the did click delete button, we're removing the members from our all members and members ID, as well as reloading the data of the collection view so we can update it, and then we're going to update the participants label. Now let's just make sure that our identifier for the participant cell is actually participant cell. I'm pretty sure we have already done that, but let's just make sure we have our cell right here. Yep, it looks like it is participant cell. Yep, participant cell. Alright, we're good on that. Now for the last method of this class, it is going to be the create button pressed. So let's go ahead and we'll create this really quickly. Alright, so here we have our create button press method. And if we take a look at it, we can see if we're doing another check, if the field is not empty, then we're going to append the current ID along with the member's ID to include us in the group. We're getting the avatar data for the group image view. If the group icon is not equal to null, then we are going to assign our picture to whatever we have whatever we did down here, we are going to be using up here. But other than that, we are going to have person to fill be the image that we'll select, which is the default one that we have up there. Next, we're making a group ID random, and then we create the group and call the save group method, which will upload our group to the database. Following that, we will start our group chat, which will create all the recent chats that we need. Right here we have some commented out code that we'll be using in a little bit. I just wrote it for now. These are all the variables we'll need in our ChatView controller. Now, the next thing to do is to run this and test it out. So let's give this a run and see what the deal is. Okay, we can see that we're at the main screen. We'll go and create a chat with Charles and Eddie. Go over here, and we see that our label is, we don't have a bottom constraint, so we'll fix that real quick, but it looks really good. And we can see that when we exit out, the participants is decreasing. So before we hit create, let's just quickly go and fix that edit button constraint. All we need to do is go here, and we are going to add a bottom constraint. Okay, so let's go back and we'll run this again. Alright, back to the same screen. We'll create one with Charles and Eddie. We hit next, and this all looks really good. Let's make sure the edit functionality works. And we can select whatever image, choose this waterfall. Okay, so that looks really good, getting placed into there just how we intended, and we just saw that the minus works, or the delete button works, so let's give this a title, test group, and we'll hit create. Now it's not going to take us to the next page because that's what this code does right here. We haven't created that yet, but this should create a group inside of our database. So let's go here and we'll refresh this. and we see that our group and recent chat have actually been created, which is awesome. And just for reference, we can see we have all this data here. We have our group avatar image view, the date created, the ID of the group, the name, the owner, which is me right now. We have all the members, and for push notifications, we have members to push. In our recent chat, we should have 3 of them. We do. This is 1 for each of the members, and this will be displayed, in our recent chat VC. So we don't have a message, but we do have our group avatar. Or the user's avatar, sorry. We have all the members of the recent chat. We have the ID, type is group, user ID of the creator, and we have the name of the group. So this looks really good. Okay, so let's go back to our application. So before we go any farther, the next thing that we're going to be adding is the auto login. Now to do that, we need to go over to our scene delegate. So I'm going to exit out of these 3 and we'll go to our scene delegate. Now inside of here, we're going to need to have a couple imports, and we are going to add some variables here that will help us complete the auto login. Also, we are going to be doing location messaging, which is going to be a really cool feature. So as part of that, I'm going to add the stuff we need to get the user's location right here in the scene delegate. Might as well do it while we're at it. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. We'll do our imports and the extra extension that we need to add here. Alright, so we've added our location manager here, and we've also added our auth listener and this coordinates 2D that we're going to be using as well. Now we also need a question mark after this, and of course we added this delegate. Now we're going to have to add the other methods that we need for our location, but first, before we do that, let's go into here, and this is going to be all the stuff that we need for auto login. Alright, so this is what we have here. Now again, we see our auth listener. We're assigning it, adding a state change listener. If the user is not equal to nil, then we are going to use the user defaults and call go to app, which I've also created right here. Now you can see inside of here we are posting the notification for a user did log in, and with the user ID of current user ID. Now we're getting the tab bar controller right here, and also make sure that you have the tab bar controller named tab bar controller, which we did earlier, and then we are setting the root view controller as this main view. Now again, this is with auto login. We are adding the observer for the notification did log in. When it's triggered, we're going to set the user defaults as well as synchronize them. So on to the next part that we need to add, which is all the location code. Now, luckily, this is all done in GitHub for us. Again, you can find the code down in the description, but I will be going over it right here. So I'm going to paste this in, and we have a couple methods that I will go over. So we have application did become active and did enter background. So when the app becomes active, we're going to start the location manager. When it goes into the background, we stop it. Pretty straightforward. Now this is the stuff regarding the CL location manager delegate. I'm not too familiar with it, but I do understand all of it. Now we're basically just initializing our location manager, setting it as the delegate, and then we're going to request authorization. To stop it, all we have to do is call stop updating location. And further down we have did fail with error. We just leave a print statement, and then when authorization is changed, we are going to switch the status based on the case. We also have did update location, and right here we are just going to be switching the coordinates to the last coordinate. Now, the next thing that we need to do is add a couple classes and add a couple little things, lines of code to get us prepared for our chat view controller. So the first thing that we need to do is go over to our utility, and we are going to, we're going to go to our model, and we're going to go to Firebase collection reference. Now, it is important that we have this case typing here. It looks like I've already added it, but make sure that you guys have this case typing, because we're going to be using that in the chat view controller. Okay, just a tip on that. So make sure that you have this case typing here. We're going to be needing that for the database. Another thing that we have to add is a utility function, and it's going to be called data image from string. And what it's going to do is basically allow us to see the avatars of everyone in our chat. And it's going to take their AVA string from the database, it's going to grab it, and it's going to convert it into an image from the string. So let's go and add that. We have to open up our, let's actually test the auto login real quick before we do that. Let's make sure that works. So I'm going to start the app up. And it works. We are automatically logged in. So that's really good. If it doesn't work for you on the first try, try to log in first, close the app, and then try again. And we can even see that if we close the app, close it, we'll open it back up, and we're auto logged in. So that's really good. And again, we will move over to our utility class now that that is done. So we're going to be adding a method here. We'll add it right here, but next to image from data. Okay, and this is what we are going to write. Alright, so here is our data image from string method, and it's just pretty simple. We are getting the image from the string that we're passed, grabbing it from the database. We're going to pass in this picture string. So that's pretty straightforward right there, and now we can move on to actually creating our chat view controller. So to do that, all we have to do is grab a UI view controller. Okay, and we'll just drag it on here. We'll line these up, and now the first thing that we have to do is click on the view controller, go over to the top right here, and we are going to make sure that this is assigned to the JSQ message view controller. Now if this doesn't pop up for you, or you can't find it, that means that you didn't import the pod correctly. That's in the beginning of the video. So just rewind that if you don't see this JSQ message view controller popping up for you. Now let's actually create the class that this is going to belong to. So we're going to go into secondary views and create this. We have new file, a Cocoa Touch class, and we can just go with the UI view controller, but we are just going to call this chat view controller. Okay, and then we hit create. Alright guys, so here is our chat view controller. Now, I'm going to be honest, this entire class is going to be a copy-paste class. Why? Because it's 1,200 lines long, and I've typed it before, and I don't want to type it again. So I'm going to be copying and pasting this class, but we're going to go through it, through all the methods that we need. The big ones, we're going to skip over a few things, but yeah, so we're going to take this here from my GitHub, and again, the code is down in the bottom of the description. So I'm going to paste this here, and let's start going over it. And I will go slowly so you guys can see, type it out if you want, for some of you that don't have the code. And anyways, here is our import statement. So we have our message view controller, audio, photo. We have some things for pictures. We have our Firebase stuff, and that looks good. So our extensions are the JSQ message view controller, just like we created back there. We have the picker controller, navigation, and audio. Here are our variables of the class. We have a reference to app delegate, and I actually, think this is going to have to be a reference to the scene delegate. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is going to be to the scene delegate. So I'm actually going to refactor this one right now. This will all be in the code below, so don't worry about having to change anything like I am doing on the fly. So this is going to take a sec to load here. Looks like there is multiple instances. Okay, I'm just going to change this to scene delegate. Okay. So continuing on, we have all the variables that we need. We have our member IDs, the title group. We have a listener for typing. We have all the different message type, some counters for our messages, as well as other arrays to hold our messages. We have picture messages. We have ones that are loaded because we're going to need to load messages as they scroll the screen. We have a dictionary for avatars. And here we have our outgoing and incoming bubbles. These are very important. It's going to be, the chat bubbles on the screen. We can also make them any color that we want. Right here, say if you were to put red, or if you wanted to see blue here, you could do that. Here we have our items down for the, let me see. So yeah, this is going to be the items for our keyboard. Or sorry, not for our keyboard. This is going to be for the top of the screen. So we have our title label, the subtitle label, as well as our avatar button and left bar button view. And we'll see all these in the screen when we run it, and I'll point them out. Now we have our view will appear, disappear. We have clearing the counters. Onto our view did load method, we are registering our menu. We have some stuff here with our large title display mode. Some commented code I just have. So this is going to be for our left bar buttons items. Now this is going to be like the send button. So when it's not being sent, it's going to be defaulted to arrow left. I think I was just changing this for testing or something, but we're probably going to change this once we get into the app. We have if it is not a group, if is group. So basically, it's going to get the current group every time. And that's what we want. So we have our collection view layout. We have the avatar sizes. We have some dictionaries, and further we're loading the messages. And of course, we're going to initialize the sender ID to our current ID because we will be the one typing, sending messages, not receiving them. We have some fixes for the layout here. Further down, we have stuff for our collection view. Now, this is all related to the JSQ message collection view implementation. And a lot of this code I actually found on GitHub. So I'm sure if you were to look at their documentation, you can also see it there. So further down, let's see any important ones that you can customize. So right here, no, okay, so yes, I think this is an important one. So we have our yes, this delivered in red status. Okay, so we're also going to be implementing the read and delivered functionality. So when a user sees it, we'll actually display them red. It's going to be really cool when we do it. So further down, we have avatar image for item. Okay, did press accessory button. This is another important one where we're going to be loading up the camera, photo, video, and location data points here. Now we have to go and make this camera class. This is going to be one of, I think, 7 classes that we need to create. It's going to be, well, we have the camera, and I'll mention the other ones as we go down. Now, this is for our other types of messaging. Again, all the same method, an iPad fix. The did press send button. This is going to be very important, as this send message button does all the magic to put the message in the database and let the other users know. Okay, so further down we have load earlier functionality here. And when we tap excuse me, when we tap the message bubble, if it is a picture, location, video, we're going to do different things. Now, here we're just going to like pop up the full screen image of the picture. Right here, we're actually going to take them to another view controller called Map View Controller, which we'll make after this. And for video, we are simply going to play the video. Okay, more commented code, don't worry about that. Let's see, what do we got further down? We're only about halfway through this class, so I'm going to scroll kind of fast. Here's our send message. This is also important. We have stuff for picture message, video, and audio, followed by location. Now is our load messages method. This is also another important one. We are referencing our collection view, which will be the message, and we are, let's see, so we're getting the snapshot. Yes, this is all good database stuff here. Here we're going to listen for new chats so we can pop them up right away. Okay, nothing too important here. Okay, an update to message, load more messages. So when the user scrolls, we're going to load more. Insert new message. Okay, we're going to have to, we're going to be creating the outgoing and incoming message classes right after this. I'm just going to scroll through this code so we're all set here. Okay, this is for the back action. We have some commented out stuff with more features that will be available in the code down below. This is pretty important, the typing observer, and this is why I said we needed to add the typing in our Firebase collection reference over here. And where are we at? Okay, it scrolled up for some reason. We have load messages. We are, I believe, yeah, we're down further. Okay, typing counter start, more typing stuff. This is all really good stuff. It's going to be cool once we see it functioning in the app. An update to the send button. This is going to be used for whenever we detect that there's a message to be sent. Custom title. Feel free to pause the video too. That's why I'm scrolling slow, so you can pause it, see the code, type it out if you'd like, or you can look at the code. Set UI for single chat. Okay, this is not important for us because we're only going to be doing group chats. But we can also implement the single chat feature. Well, it's not really needed because you can select a group chat with just one person. So that was an oversight in the original code that I wrote. We have our image picker controller, all the stuff regarding images. I'll just pause here for a sec. Okay, avatar image from. We have the JSQ avatars. And this is location stuff here. So I believe actually we can just uncomment this. And we just have to change this to scene. Okay, return false. Load user defaults, that's important there. Here's more stuff for our read time. Okay, and this is finally stuff for our JSQ message input toolbar. So this is our chat class. Like I said, 1,200 lines of code, and it's a pretty beefy one. So let's get all these red things patched up here. Now we're going to be doing more copy pasting of some code here. It's kind of irrelevant to the whole overarching. It's just kind of filler classes. We're going to be like utilizing the camera and stuff like that. So let's go in here and we'll create them all in one time. We'll put them all in one folder, and we'll go here and select new group. In our utility folder, we'll create a new one just called chat, because these will only be helping this chat view controller class. And further, we'll create, first will be the camera, and these are all going to be Swift files, by the way. Okay, next we're going to have an encryption class, because all of our messages will be encrypted. Make sure the app is safe to message in. Next we have outgoing messages. Oops, let's type in it too early. Incoming messages. We will also have a class called photo media item. We'll talk more about these classes when we're going through them, putting in the code. But for now, let's just get these created. Our next one is going to be video message. And finally, we will have a download class, because that will be another feature of the app, which will be the ability to download anything that's sent. Okay, so here is our download class, but we're going to we'll start with the camera class. So again, this class is responsible for, or will allow us to present the phone's video and photo camera and library. So here we go. Start at the top. We're importing the mobile core services. We have our delegate for UI image picker controller. Here is our present photo library function. This present multi-camera is going to obviously present the camera. Present photo camera, same thing, different scenario. Then we have our present video camera. And finally, our video library. So this class is pretty straightforward. Everything is kind of the syntax of it, you can kind of understand what it is doing. Again, it's not too important. It's just going to be used to complement our chat view controller. So the next class that we have, or that we'll go through the photo media item. Now, the photo media item class, it's basically responsible for displaying the clicked media item, since we're going to have all of the media items clickable, and the user will be able to do stuff with it. So the media view display size, this is basically going to present our thumbnail. And our next class we'll go on to, we can do the video message. So this class is another short one, just like our photo media item class. I'll just scroll through it quickly. Okay, nothing too important here. Next, we'll go to our outgoing and incoming messages. So this is going to be our outgoing message class here. This is the outgoing messages. We have all of our different types of messages. And finally, our send message function. We have our push notifications commented out for now because we'll be implementing that after chat. So this is our outgoing messages. Next, we have the opposite, which is going to be the incoming messages. Now this class is going to be a little bit longer because it's a little bit more complex. So here we go. Oops. And this is our incoming messages. We're going to have to create the message, and then based on the type of message, we will have each function. We have the create text message. This encryption class will come up next. That's why we're seeing red, as well as our download. And we have the create picture message, the create video message, and finally the create audio message. Actually, not finally. We still have location left. And here's that. Okay. Next, we can do the encryption class. So this is going to make sure that our app is fully encrypted, which is pretty cool. Our messages will be safe in this app going from person to person. So here is our encrypt text, and again we're using the import our encryptor. This was in our pod file, so you'll have to make sure that your pod file matches up with the one we made at the beginning of the video. And just like we have encrypt text, we also have decrypt text. So that's pretty simple there. And finally, we will have our download class here. And this is going to be responsible for uploading and downloading all the message types. So this is going to be a pretty lengthy class. I don't believe we will be using MB Progress HUD. So let's just comment this one for now. I may change my mind and want to use it a little bit later. But let's look here. So we have upload image, and I'm just going to be commenting these out for now. Well, we could add the pod file, but we'll do that in a second. So I'm going to comment that one out. And so for our K file reference here, I don't think we have created this. So let's go to our constants, and we're going to create, again, this is our constants class. So I'm just going to create a new variable here. Just looking where I want to create it. Okay, we'll just do it for the F user. So here we go. Now this file reference is going to be the string that we can find in our Firebase. So we can go to storage, and it is going to be right here. This is the URL that we're going to paste in here. So grab that, copy that, and paste it right in here. And that's going to be good because this will allow us to store our videos, pictures, and other messages right here. Okay, so back to the download class. Our first method is upload image. And then we have download, but first I'm going to actually comment these out. This one. Okay, and then we go to download image. Next we have upload video. Again, I'm going to be commenting these out until we can get that pod in our pod file. And it looks like now we have new errors here, so we'll get that one and get this guy here. And then we have download video. here is our upload for audio. Comment these two, and there's gonna be this one, and where's the other one? Right here. Download audio, video thumbnail, and this is going to be creating a thumbnail for our video. Then we have file in documents directory, get documents URL, and file exists as path, which will return us the Boolean. So this is our download class. Very nice feature that we are adding to the app, and I decided to include in this video. Alright, so that brings us to the end of our classes. Now let me go through and exit all these. Alright, so now that our ChatVC is created, let's go over to the new group view controller and we'll create the create button, or fill in the code for the create button. So this is going to be in our new group VC, and again, this code that we commented out right here, we'll just go ahead and uncomment this now, and this should take us right to our chat view controller. And we can give this a run and test it out, but we'll be getting an error because we need to comment out this map view controller right here. We'll make this, but let's see if we can run it right now before that. Looks like we also have a couple more errors. Okay, yes. So we'll just comment out all this and let's see if it will run now. If not, we'll just create our map view controller. Okay, we have one error, so nothing for the case location. So let's actually just go forward and create the map view controller before we go on to test this. So to do that, it's actually pretty quick. Just go over to the main storyboard VC, scroll over here, and we're just going to drop in a UI view controller. And the thing that we're going to put inside this UI view controller is going to be called a map kit view. Okay, so we're just going to throw that in here, and we can make it the size of our screen. Okay, and that looks good. We'll give it some constraints all the way around 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we'll just assign this to our map view controller class, which we'll create right now. So go over here on the left, and let's put this in secondary views. Okay, and this is just going to be called, oops, that's the filter. We'll do Cocoa Touch class, and then we're going to do UI view controller, and this will just be called map view controller. Okay, and then we also need to put the name for it right here. We're going to go back to the storyboard, and we are going to name this with the storyboard ID map view controller. And then let's go back to our class, and we're going to need to link the map view. So we'll split up the screen here and come over here, and we'll grab this map view and drag it in. We can't because we need to connect the two right here. Come up here to the top right and connect map view controller. Then just take this and drag it on over, and we'll call this map view. Now this is going to be another copy paste class. This code is available on GitHub. The link will be down in the description of the video. But we're going to need to come underneath our map our map view, and it wants us to import this. So actually let's do that right now. Import map kit is what we'll need. I'm just going to erase all this code. We'll copy it, and I will go through it. Just give me one moment. So here we go with this map view controller. We have our location, the view did load. Now we're going to be creating the right button, which is basically going to say open in maps, which is going to be really nice, and it can open up the map application. Here is just a setting up of the UI, and again our open map function. So this looks good right here, and now we can go back to our chat view controller, and this error should be gone, and we should be able to navigate right there. So let's give this a run. Alright, so we're auto logged in, and it was really quick. Let's create our group with Charles and David, and I'm just going to create this group. We'll say test 1. That looks good to me, and we have Charles and David. We can change our icon. Let's put in a new icon. Well, it would be the plant here, the bean plant, I think. Okay, and let's hit create. And we have an error here dealing with our scene delegate. Now, we could actually probably comment this out because it's only being used to check if we have access to the user's location. But I think we should let's just change this to app delegate actually. I think we need this to stay at app delegate. Now, let's go to, we need to search for scene delegate. Okay, so yes, and have access to user location. So let's just actually comment this out, but for now we'll just change this to app delegate as well. We'll fix all the location stuff when the time comes right after this, but for now, we just need to make sure that the group's working as well as the chat. And I think while we're at it too, for our picture messages, we are going to need the app delegate to have a reference to the window that we're in. So let's go to our app delegate and actually uncomment this line here and make sure that we have a window. So back to our chat, and we can give this a run once again, and let's see if it works. Alright, so we are auto logged in. We can pick Charles and Eddie. We'll go here, and then we will create test 2. Okay, let's hit create. So we go over to our screen. I forgot to put the avatar, but it looks like it took this one. We have our title, which we could probably make a little bit bigger, the back button, as well as our chat interface down here. Now, if I was to send a message, it looks like the send button, we need to make that visible. There's a little bit going on here, but we'll fix that right after this. So if we were to send a message, you see we have our message bubble, we have the delivered, we also have the time. Okay, that's awesome. Now, let's try to send a picture message. Okay, we'll just pick the flowers here. Okay, and then the MB progress HUD, we need that because it will show a loading dialog for our picture message. We can do that in the pod file. If you remember, we commented that out in our, I believe, hold on, let me go back to the sim. And then I think, where is that? It's going to be in Util, Chat, and Camera, I believe. We are going to be using the little loading dialog for our image, but this is what an image looks like. And when we click on it, it goes to a bigger window, so that looks really good. We have the option to share it. Okay, and let's just hit, we can just see what this does. So we can go and copy it, do all kinds of stuff, the normal good stuff. And when we're done, we can just hit done and be returned right back to here. So let's look into first the send button issue and the progress HUD. So to get the progress HUD in there for picture, video message, location message, basically everything right here, let us go to our pod file. Now to access the pod file, we need to go to our terminal. Okay, and then we need to navigate to our project. So mine is on the desktop, and my project is called My Messaging App. So whatever your project is called. And then right inside the root project folder, we can say open pod file. And this is the pod file that was from the beginning of our video. And we need to add these 2 pods. So we'll add one for progress HUD. and we will add one for MB Progress HUD. Now all we have to do is paste these two lines here, and then we'll go up to save and exit. So now that that is complete, we need to say pod install, and we'll give this a second. Okay, so we have our pods now installed. This is awesome. So we can now utilize MB Progress HUD and Progress HUD. So let's exit out of this, and I can also show you guys that over in our database here, we should have a group and a couple messages and a typing collection here when I refresh this. So let's see. Okay, this looks really good. So we have our two groups from the two that I created. We have all of the group IDs. We have the name of the group. We have some messages that were sent. We have all of our recent chats. Now, we need one recent chat for each participant in the of the group. So this looks right. And we also have our typing. So we need to test out. We're going to be loading in our recent chats next. We need to load these into the first screen of our app where we display all the recent chats. So this looks good. Everything looks fine here, and we can also make sure that the picture messages are sending by going to storage and seeing inside of here the picture messages. If we were to navigate all the way down here and through here, we'd be able to see our pictures. Now it won't show me a little pop-up of it, but maybe I can. Oh, it's making me download it, but yep, this is the pictures we've been sending. So this looks good too. Now let's go back to our application, and we can take a look at, well, first of all, now that we have our MB Progress HUD, I think we can go into, let's just do a search in our app where MB Progress, let's see where we have this commented out. So right here in our download, this is the one. So when we're uploading or downloading a photo, we need that Progress HUD to show. So let's import this now. And we can uncomment these lines here. And we'll uncomment these as well. This is going to be for video. And then we have audio as well. Alright, so that's the only places that we have it in our app. That looks good. Now we'll be able to see that, so we'll go and test that again. Before that, we also need to update the send button. So inside of here, let's see, update send button. Okay, we need to, okay, so right here. So we need to have this send image added to our assets. So to do that, we can go over to our project directory, go over to assets, and now we need to add the send icon in here. I have it on my desktop at the moment. So I'll drag this down, and we can see all the send images I have here on the side of the screen. So what we can do with this is just drag it over here and add it. So that's the ×2. We have the ×1, and we also have the ×3. So this send message, or the send PNG, should be coming up. Again, this is all linked in the code, so you will have access to these images. Okay, so now let's go through and test our app again. Let's just make sure that everything's created right. We'll delete these collections here. Alright, so let's shrink this down and give our app a run. Okay, so when we are not going to send a message, we should leave this as blank audio controllers. Walgreens calling me right now. So we can either leave this as blank or the microphone. Now, when we're sending an audio message, we want to leave it as the microphone. So after we get this sorted out, let's talk about audio messaging. We'll move on to location, and then we'll finish up the app. So we'll create these two here. Okay. Again, this will just be test. And this time I'm actually going to pick a picture. We'll have the flowers. Cool. Alright, now we can hit create. And it looks like our avatar didn't follow through, so we also need to get that to work. Let's come here, and right now it's going to be blank, so let's type in test, and our send button does come up. So let's hit send, and we can actually change that to a blue color as well. So let's see, on our list we have to fix the profile image as well as the send button. And when it is not active, we will have the arrow left. And let's again test picture really quick. And we do have our MB progress loading here, so that looks really good. But it is not disappearing, so we need to make it disappear. Let's go back to we can come here to assets. Let's just make sure that we have render as we want a template. Okay, that's going to be good. Exit out of assets, and we can take a look at our chat view controller. Actually, you know what? Let's fix the progress HUD. So we can just go over into our download, and the reason why it's not hiding is because we totally forgot to uncomment these. So I searched for MB progress HUD, but we just need to search for progress HUD simply. So we will say, well, we have something here. Oh, that's for our location. So anything commented, we need to uncomment that says hide. So here we go. Let's uncomment this. This looks good. We need to uncomment this one and this one. Then we have one more for, okay, it looks like we got video. We need to do the audio. So scroll down here, and we need to uncomment this and uncomment that. Alright, so now the progress HUD should be disappearing. Let's just give this another run just to make sure. Okay, we'll pick our group members, and we'll select a title. Hello. I'll select another image just to see what happens. Okay, it's not carrying over, so we will have to deal with that, right? We'll first send a test, and then when we move that to template, now it's turning blue. So that looks good. Let's hit test, okay, and then we're going to do our picture. Okay, now it's loading good, and it should be disappearing as soon as it loads. Let's see. Okay, great. And again, we can click on the picture. Awesome. You can see how different aspect ratio pictures come in. That's cool. Okay, so our chat looks good. All we need to do is just touch up the send button instead of this back arrow, and we'll fix this picture really quickly. Now let's actually fix the group avatar picture first. So to do that, I think that we are getting the default value of person to fill, and we need to come into this if statement. So essentially, I don't think we're going into this if statement, and I believe that's because so this group icon is not being assigned to anything, and it would be assigned when the user picks an image. So right here we are actually using Ava string. So we need to go back up here and change this to if Ava string is not equal to nil, then we can just simply set, we can actually get rid of this and say Ava string, or sorry, avatar equals Ava string, and then we'll upload this avatar into our group right here. Alright, so that should be fixed, but we'll do a bundle of fixes before we go and test next. So this is our first one, and next we'll do the microphone and the audio controller to get that set, and we'll move on to location. So we need the mic asset, and we'll be looking at, let's see, should be up here. Okay, so we'll start right here. Now we'll first import the images. So we need the mic images. Let's open up our assets, and we can go to our image assets here on the desktop, and all we need to do is just again drag it into our application. That's our ×2 and then ×3. This should suffice. Okay. So now that we have these, we also need to render as template image, just like our send button. Now let's go back to our ChatVC controller and uncomment this line of code. And we'll also need to look at the did press send method. So we'll search it up, and right here we can uncomment this audio view controller and did press send. Let's see, where else is our send button being affected? We do have the update send button method, so update, and we'll create this audio controller in a second. It will only take a little bit of time, but for now we have the update send button. Okay, here we go. So right here, instead of arrow.left, we want this to say mic, and that will then show our microphone or the send button depending on if we have a message typed or not. Now the next order of business will be to create this audio view controller, and it's going to be a relatively short class, but we can go into our secondary views and say new file. We'll call this audio view controller. Okay, and then this is a little bit of code from GitHub. We get it from the IQ audio recorder controller, and that can be found online or in the code down below. Now this is all we have here for our class, and this should suffice, and it will create an audio controller that we'll be able to record, stop, pause, and cancel, and press done. I think that's the last thing. So let's move on now, and we need to give our app permissions to use the audio view controller as well as the location. So now let's go over into our info plist. So this is where we'll give permissions, and we're going to give a couple here, including the location, the audio. I think the contacts we'll need. What else is here? In the photo library. So let's go into here, and we want to say open as source code. Now these are the things we need to give our app permission. So we have location, contacts, camera, media library, we have the microphone and the photo library, and this is going to be our message for each of them. So we also have remote notifications. This will be used later on. That'll be the last thing we do, is implement notifications. But this is good for now, and yeah, so we'll exit out of here and we'll be good with our audio controller. So let's look at let's see if I can find, okay, so we need to uncomment, yes, this is it, our have access to user location, so we need to uncomment that. And then let's go to this method here, and we'll also uncomment this code. So this is going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to have to change around our app delegate and scene delegate. So what we're essentially going to do is create the location manager in our app delegate. So this is how it will look. We're going to essentially be taking all the code out of our scene delegate and moving it into our app delegate, and you will see why in a second. Well, actually, it's right here. This application did become active and did enter background. These methods don't actually get called every time. So what we need to do is move this code into our app delegate. So let's do this. We can split our screen, and we'll exit out of scene delegate, and we need to move to app delegate. So starting from the top, we need to grab this core location, put it in our app delegate. We will grab this CL location manager delegate, cut that. Okay, we'll paste that there. We'll also grab our location manager and coordinates. Delete some of these lines. Then let's scroll down. What else do we need here? So we're going to grab everything except for did become active and did go into background. Okay. Okay, so we have everything we need here. Now, how we are going to call the location manager start and stop. We'll go up here and create, well, actually we have it in our chat view controller. We need a reference to the app delegate. Okay, so inside of here, we're going to have this reference. Okay, and this reference is going to allow us to call location manager start and stop. And it will also allow us in our chat view controller to, let's see if we can find the uses for this here, app delegate. And it will also allow us to call, well, not right here, we'll deal with this in a sec. It will allow us to utilize our location manager right here. So anyways, when we enter the foreground, we need to say app delegate dot location manager start. And then we need to say, and the background app delegate location manager stop. All right, and then we can get rid of these two functions here. Okay, we look good now, and this progress HUD, we can go ahead and import this. We'll be utilizing this from now on in our app, and that should get rid of our error here. Yes, it did. Okay, so now that we have the location code, we can go ahead and run our app. And there was one more thing. I believe the send button. Let's see. We need to go to the update send button because from our previous run, I saw it was not actually highlighting. Oh, here it is right here. It wasn't highlighting the second time. So what we need to do here is actually, we're going to need to enable it every time we update it. And the reason is because it's being disabled somehow or another. I'm not really sure, but to fix the error, we need to come up here and grab, here, let me exit out of the scene delegate. We need to come up here and we will grab the, right here, this enabled true. So let's copy this. We'll go to our update send button method and put this right in here. Next, let's quickly change this system name right here. We got to change this to named so it shows the correct mic. And then following that, the last thing to do is we have to uncomment our location code inside of the location message. So here we have the hard-coded 50 value. We don't want that. We want to get the location from the user's phone. So let's uncomment this and we can get rid of this line right here. All right, let's give this a run and all the errors should be fixed on this page and we should be good to go. Also, make sure that you guys have deleted all the information in here. Give it a refresh, make sure it's all blank. And we're going to go over and make sure that all of the information is accurate and the right stuff is being put into the database. So I'm going to open my sim here and we could see up in the top left that the location's now being tracked. So that's really good. That means all the stuff we put in the info.plist is working. Now let's go here and we can select these two. Let's give this a group title. Alright, now let's select this avatar and we'll do this free flowing waterfall here. This looks good. Same icon as David. Hopefully he's alright with that. We have 2 participants and we look good to create. So let's create. Alright, we have our picture now. Back button and title. We have our microphone down here now. And let's just go to our database real quick and verify that everything is good to go. We should have 3 recent chats. Okay, we do. Boom, boom, boom. No last message. And when we send a message, we'll be able to see it updating. So we have 1 group and 1 typing as of now because I have not started, but I am on the page. So let's watch this recent chat update actually as I send a message. So right here, okay, I have my hardware keyboard connected, and we'll say first message. And we should see this update as I send this. Alright, so good. The last message, again, is going to be encrypted because we have the encryption class, but all of our recent chats are getting updated, and that's good. Last message, and the counter's 1 because they are missing the chat. But for me, since I am the user that this recent chat is going to, my counter is 0 because I simply have seen the message already, where their 2 counters are 1, they have not. So let's send some more messages and make sure everything works. We see the button down here is rotating in the corner, or switching just how it should. Second, and now they have the counter of 2. Last message is being updated. So let's say third message. And last message, and everything's being updated just perfectly. So now let's try out all of our accessories here. First, we have the microphone. Allow that. Boom, we can hit a recording. I don't know what it's actually gonna, maybe it's my voice right now. Okay, we'll stop that. Or I think we have to hit that. And we wait for it to send. It sends great, perfect. Yes, it does record my voice, so that's really cool. It's playing out of my monitor. Alright, so let's go here and then let's test the picture message. Alright, and this loaded up perfectly. Now let us give a try to the location message, or share location. Alright, so we have our location here. This looks good, and it's giving us the default location because I'm on a simulator. And when we click it, we can see this is our map view, really nice. We can also open in maps, which is really cool, and immediately get the directions. So that's awesome. Exactly how we want it to work. Okay, let's go back to our messaging app and we'll go back. Now let's try the video. I guess we have no videos to send. And what about camera? This phone, I don't think it will actually pop open the camera. But all these messages are working. This is really good. And we can see that, let's see. Okay, and then we can still send messages like this. That's great. Okay, so all of our chat is working. And we can move on to the next thing, which is putting the recent chat table in. So when we're right here, we want to see all these recent messages appearing right here. Okay, so let's shrink this down for now. We will head over to our, let's see, where is it? Core views, recent chat. Okay, so this is the one that we're going to be focusing on, and we'll fill out the table so all the users can see their messages being sent. Now actually we should take a look at the recent chat cell, and the reason why we want to do this is because we need a generate cell method. So let's go to our recent cell here, and it looks like we don't have any of the connections, so let's go to our main. Actually, we'll pop this open here. We'll go over to our main storyboard, and we want to go over to that recent chat cell there. Let's drag over here. So we need to, and it looks like they actually came up. So I did not think we had them connected, but anyways, let's go down here and we need to create the generate cell method. Now this will create all of our recent chats here all in a row. So let's get started with this. Alright, so here is the code that we need for the generate cell method. We have our index path here, and we have our generate cell method. So this basically grabs our index path and assigns this decrypted text to the text after it's been decrypted. Then we set the last message label as that text because that's the message that we want to see. Let's open this up. That's the message we want to see right here. And further, we're getting the avatar for the image view. Right here, this is going to be for the message counter. So that's the logic for that. And finally, we have the logic for the date up top. Now, one thing we do need to create is this time elapsed function. So it's basically going to be a utility function that is going to help us discern the date or the time from the current time. So let's go over to, we can exit out of this one, and let's go over to our utility, and we are just going to create this function here, time elapsed. So this is basically just doing some math to minus or find the difference between the time now and the time then. Alright, so this red should go away, and let's move on to the next thing. So we need, oh, actually before we move on from our recent cell, let's check and make sure that the cell here has the correct name. And to do that, we can go here to recent cell, and let's go over here. So we need this reuse identifier. Let's call this recent cell. Okay, that looks good. And now we need to go into our, let's see, I'm going to stop this app from running. We're going to go right back into our recent ChatVC. So here we go with this. Now, load chats is fine, and all this logic is fine right here in recent chats. So what we need to do is basically add the protocol stubs for the UI table view. So let's add these here. Okay, so here I have added the table view delegate and data source. I still need to add the methods, but right down here, I actually created the view will appear, or I'm overriding it right here, and assigning the data source and delegate to self. Then we're going to load chats, and the reason why we're doing it in view will appear instead of view did load is because when we are switching screens, going back and forth between the call screen or the text screen, we need this to be called every time, and view did load is only called on the first time that we see the screen, but every switch we need it to be called. So that's why this is in view will appear. Now we need to add the protocol stubs, and I'm just going to paste these in here. This is going to be all the code we need to navigate over to our chat view controller on click, and it's also going to allow us to have a delete and mute function, which is really nice. So here we go with a number of row and section. Now we need this to say recent cell, and the number of row and section, we're just going to simply return the recent chats count. Right here we need to have the recent cell, that's the identifier we just put, and this is our class, and it's going to call our generate cell method. This is going to allow editing, and basically the editing is going to be a sweet mute and unmute function so we don't receive remote notifications if we want. We're also going to be able to delete the chats, of course. And this is commented out because the mute action, we have not implemented the methods for push notifications yet. So we'll do that and uncomment this in time. And this is our did select row at. So this is going to push us to the chat view controller, and we'll be able to see all this in action right now. But there is actually one last thing that we need to do. And I realized when we were going through the app that there's no names above the chat. We won't know who is going to be using the chat. So let's go into our chat view controller, and we need to write two methods here. I'm just going to scroll down to our, let's see, wherever our, we have, let's see, attributed text for cell top label. Okay, so this is our attributed text for cell top label, and there's different positions around the text that we can put things that we want. So like attributed text for the bottom of the cell. So this is, we're going to leave a read message. We also have a delivered message. But if we want to put a name like on top of the cell to see who sent it, then we're going to have to use the method for attributed text for message bubble top label. Now I'm just going to come here and we are going to paste these functions in. So this is the one that I'm talking about. Now this is the logic to display a user's name on top of the cell or on top of the message. And this is going to be the height, because if we don't specify a height, then it won't display. So now that we're all set with this, let's go ahead and give this a run. So we'll be testing on our iPhone 13 Pro and iPhone 13. Now we're going to do that because we need to have the dual chat. We need to be able to see how it looks on both phones. So first we'll start off with the iPhone 13, and I have went ahead and cleared the database, so we're starting fresh and we can get a good look at exactly how it works. So all we have is the users for now. Alright, we're running on our iPhone 13 Pro, so let's run this on our iPhone 13. We'll stop it and we will start it on the iPhone 13. Drag it over here. Alright, so here's our Pro, and then over here we have the iPhone 13. Okay, so we will hit allow while using app. We're going to sign in, and this account right here on the right phone is on the email BB. So we'll sign into CC, which is going to be Charles. And let's log in. Okay, so we're on both accounts, and we'll create the chat using this one. Let's get Charles, David, and Eddie, why not? Okay, so we have 3 members here. So first group testing, we'll call it, and we can add a picture. Let's do this one. Okay, now we will create this chat and type our first message. Hey. Send that, and we can see that it pops up here. It looks like our constraints are a little offline, but everything else, for the purposes of making it work, it works. So let's try some more messages. Hi. Okay, so we see our counter incrementing, and we can see our last message. So let's send a picture. Okay, we'll send the group picture. And we should see just probably, we're going to see the word picture, I believe is what we coded. Yep, picture, that looks good. Alright, now let's check what it looks like from in the app. Okay, so we can see that we have the name up top, just like we put. We have all of our messages coming here, and we can say, and we see we have the typing indicator as well. And we get it immediately. So this looks really good, and this is our chat. So let's send a location. Let's share our location. We see that it pops up perfectly. We see the typing indicator here. And since I'm using my hardware keyboard, this kind of disappeared here. Some weird behavior with the emulator, but nonetheless, we can see all the stuff, and it looks exactly how we want it to look. Now let's click this. You can open that in the maps. Awesome, we can see the location. Go back. And yeah, so this is our chat application. Now, one thing we do have to do, let's just go quickly and fix the constraints here. So we need the text bubble to be centered and this to be moved up. Alright, we'll go back to our app. We'll shut this one down. Go over to our main. Let's see if we can figure out what the matter is here. So this needs to be moved up simply. Okay, and then we can update the constraints. And we might as well move our last message bubble up just a little bit. I think this is fine. Okay, we'll update those constraints. And then for the inside here, it looks like something is misplaced about our message counter. So let's take a look at our constraints. So we have our width, height, and we have a line X and a line Y. Now, what about our message counter? Okay, maybe something to do with our message counter, but just to make sure, let's see that. Let's try to add constraints all around here. We'll add 1, 1, 4, 4. Let's see if this will do the trick. It shouldn't make an actual difference, but I'm wondering if there's some weird behavior going on. So I'm going to run this again on our iPhone 13. And this is still down below, so something's going on here. Now, where's our other iPhone? Let me just send a quick message. Okay, so nothing has changed about our constraints. Let's take a look at this again. We'll stop that, come here to full name label. Now, we need to constrain this to the top, and that is what is going to fix it for us. Let's add that constraint, and then that should fix it. So if we give that a run, looks much better, and we can bring this down too just to make it look, you know, a little bit better. We'll even this up here just like that, and we'll update that constraint. Okay, so, and it looks like these are actually off of center, so we want to kind of line these up just like that. So the last message label and that are aligned together. Now, it is probably something to do with the outside constraint is what I'm guessing. So I think we should just delete what we have here. Let's do the, we don't need this top space. We don't need the bottom space. We don't need the trailing. But we can keep leading, as I think it may have an effect here. We're just going to make this label a little bit longer. And we'll update those constraints. Or we need to rather update constraints for the entire page, but it looks like it's all good. Okay, so let's go over here to our message counter. Now, let's see. We have a line center to X. We have leading space to message counter. Now, I don't know. We may not need this one, but we have trailing space, we have width, leading, line center Y, we have bottom space, we have a height, and we also have a top space. Now, I don't think we need this top space because this one has, yes, it is constrained to the top as well. So let's go over to our message counter. I think we can get rid of this top space here. And then we have this, that looks good. 8, and I think let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that leading space. I don't think we need that. Alright, let's try to run this and see what happens. Okay, so our 1 is still here, but I see what's happening. It's not a problem with the constraint, rather it's a problem with the alignment of the text. So basically, if there was 2 zeros, it would look fine, but since there's only 1, it doesn't. So all we need to do to fix that is go over here, and we need to center the text. Man, this has been a long video. Alright, so now it looks a little bit better. Perfect. And we have this matching up, and that concludes our chat feature and the rest of this video. So to find the code for the call feature that will be implemented with this app, check the link down below in the video description. I hope this has been a great tutorial for you guys, and I look forward to seeing you in the next app. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate it. Like, subscribe, all that, and we'll see you.